Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Broad Metal Luck 2, Iowa, Squigs, and Not Delusional. Hello, hello. Slurgy is back, and back for more Defect runs. I was spending a little bit of time off stream bumping up my progress in the ascendancies of some of the other characters, but haven't got them yet up to Ascension 10. I feel like I'm kind of interested in just like pushing these in super fast runs that I don't think would be super great to watch. And so I was thinking about what I wanted to play today on stream, and I kind of decided that honestly the Defect is the most fun character to play. It really is. Once I get the other characters up to Ascension 10, I'll probably do some rotating runs, but I feel like the prevailing strategies, or like the deck building and the way you play the game with the other characters, is not quite as good as the Defect. So I'm happy to keep playing the Defect. I feel like this is the character that's most likely to sort of stick around as is, whereas I think the other characters are going to get some reworks anyway. You're also running Defect, but you should be playing Bar. Can't get over the hump of starting Bar again after not playing for a year. It's pretty intimidating. It's kind of intimidating to approach as someone who hasn't played it yet, but it'll probably happen. Though I am almost for sure in a couple months going to be at an ASL match live to watch some StarCraft, which is very exciting. So without further ado, let's get a little more Defect started. Last stream, it was a 1-1. 1 victory, 1 loss. Yeah, BAR, Beyond All Reason. It is a like open source fan created RTS game in the same style as the like Supreme Commander games, if you've ever played them. Oh, I definitely will ping you, Rufin. For sure. For sure. Absolutely. Fosty254. Guten Morgen. Hello, hello. Let's see. Leafy Poultice, maybe? I like transforming 2 cards. Also, going to an early shop with an extra 150 gold is kind of a feels good. But transforming 2 cards is also pretty nice. Losing 10 max HP, not as nice. I think with the early shop and like a pretty nice little starting path, and it's got, you know, choices for stuff we could do, right? I feel like there's all of these different paths that branch here are potentially valid. Yeah, I like the branching from that point. I think I'm gonna try this 150 gold. Go to an early shop. They can have some really nice, there's some pretty juicy like colorless cards, things like that. Probably transforming 2 cards is stronger, but the permanent effects of losing max HP might be bigger than I'm giving it credit for, right? Not being able to get as much out of rests, things like that. What a coincidence, you two are doing a Defect run and Slay the Spire 1. Trying to set the challenge to beat the heart with all characters before getting Slay the Spire 2. Only Defect and Watcher to go. Hey, nice. Actually, I think that's a good, I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. There are a few run-defining relics, and getting one earlier allows you to build a deck around it. Are there run-defining relics? I'm sure you're right, but I kind of tend to think of the most run-defining things as being some of the colorless cards that you can get from the shops. Regardless, I mean, there's lots of things we could get. Even if it's not run-defining, like an early Party Popper, or whatever it's called, the thing that does just 9 damage to all enemies, is actually really good early on. So what are you doing up and to the right? I feel lost. Just getting out of the way of the screen elements. To the left, the royal right. I don't think in the previous Defect runs that I've done on stream, I've grabbed Refract. I don't think this card is great, but I don't really want the other two, and I think Glass Orbs are good. Like, I don't think this card is bad. Like, I think this card's pretty okay. I'm happy to grab it. All right, remove one character, or excuse me, remove one character. Remove one card and add a guilty. Sure. Guilty is charged. Let's get rid of a strike. It feels better to add things like curses when you have higher casting cost cards, so that curse is less likely to be relevant. See, like this, actually, this is kind of a run-defining relic. I picked this up, oh, I don't even remember what the situation was or what the run was, but I picked up this Wing Charm, and I feel like a random card in each card reward is enchanted with Swift 1. I'm curious how this plays out on average in practice. The one time I took it previously, it was really good. It was really good. But yeah, I think the reason that the Watcher was removed from Slay the Spire 2 is that it's the most hated character. And for good reason. I think Rushdown is a big part of the problem. I would rather have the Watcher reintroduced with some of the stances reworked. I feel like it'd be more interesting if the Calm effect were completely reworked and there was just a different effect whether you were in Calm or Wrath or Divinity, maybe even a 4th stance. And only cards can give you a benefit from transitioning from one to the other. The benefits should be implicit to whatever they provide, whatever that happens to be. That's my kind of thought. One of your easiest win on A10 Defect was this relic that you got more than halfway through. That's what I'm saying. Like, I picked it up one time and it was really good. The nice thing about a card like this is that with a card like this, or excuse me, a relic like this, it allows you to pick up, for example, cards like Turbo, or to grab, ways of generating fusion orbs or things like that, where you just see lots of cards and you can actually feel good about generating more energy, have more energy generation density. I'm gonna try it. That's true, Defect does have lots of 0-cost cards, right? Honestly, a Claw with Swift 1? Hell yeah. All right, this is a pretty good refract here. I guess we have to attack the Twig Slime, though. So the Glass Orbs will do 4 damage. Oh, no, that's not true, right? They do 4 damage in an AoE, so actually we can attack something else. Right? Yeah. So this will actually kill that Twig Slime. Sweet. 1 card and the fight is solved. And they're already dead. But let's do it. On our terms. See, like, this is pretty nice, right? Boost away with Swift? I'd probably just take that. This seems great. Thanks, Wing Charm. All right, so we're in the Underdocs or whatever. We actually do have a card to deal with what I think is the scariest elite. I don't think we're likely to go through 2. I'm going to go through this left path and probably, based on this question mark, we'll go to this elite. Oh, that's too bad. I did not want this question mark to be a shop. That's disappointing. That's disappointing. Okay, we're not super good at this fight either. This could be a problem. Gonna lose a lot of health in this fight. Your journey ends here. Damn, refract at the back? That's disappointing. That's a problem. That's a problem. Shall we begin? Let's not. Oh boy. I probably play the refract and may as well use the block potion. This is not good. This is not good. Gonna lose a lot of health in this fight. So he's hitting for 27. I don't think we try to block at all. We have to kill him on this turn, and it's not happening. Wow. Yeah, that's it. Bygone Effigy taking us out right away. Well. I suppose I should have just skipped it entirely. Even with an ideal shuffle, maybe that's still death. He takes the lead before 3 normal fights, yeah. Just 2. Hitting that shot was unfortunate. Yeah, I just didn't have enough added to the deck. This is a pretty bad elite after getting rid of the strike too. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Refract kind of sucks against that boss, especially hitting it last. Like at the end of the shuffle. It would be much better if that were in our opening hand. That fight's not death. I was thinking since there was a rush side afterwards that it would be okay, but I guess not. Okay. Silver Crucible has only impressed me. Yeah, it's been better than I've expected. We got the Soulfish here, so that's something we'll need to keep in mind as we build the deck. So looking at the routing, it'll probably be something like that. Can decide which way to go from there. And then can fight late act elites, late act store. Seems alright. Yeah, Silver Crucible, when I think I mentioned this before, but when I very first saw it, I was like, ugh, I'm not gonna take that. First chest being empty? I don't want that. Maybe I should have just killed that guy, actually. Right, yeah, because right now we're taking 12. So, blocking for 5 takes 7. I otherwise could have killed him and just taken 6. Yeah. That was a mistake, and kind of a stupid one. Not that big of a difference, but any lost hit points. Okay. Yeah, Ascension 10. So it's basically like the highest. It's the highest difficulty setting that's currently supported. Boot sequence is pretty juicy, but I kind of think I might take Focused Strike. It's a nice upgrade. It's the one with the biggest delta in the upgrade itself. Boot sequence is good, but the extra upgrade giving it 3 block is less of a big deal. I'm gonna try Focus Strike. Just see how that feels. Okay, so we'll take 3 here. Focused. Got ourselves a Snecko Oil. Certainly Charge Battery is the one that provides the most value right now. You're no Snecko Oil fan? You know, in Slay the Spire 2, it's actually a pretty good potion. The fact that it only randomizes for this turn makes it a far, far better potion than Snecko Oil in Slay the Spire 1. In 2, I actually think I like it quite a bit. I'm going to take the subroutine and just see if it can pay off. This is greedy and probably not very smart. But I'm curious. Our potion chance should be pretty low right now. I'm assuming potion chance works the same as Slay the Spire 1, where it, you know, starts at 50% and then increments up and down based on whether you find a potion. Yeah, so bulk up is here, which is obviously great. Bulk up, lightning rod, claw, all good choices. I'm keen to take a bulk up. Pretty good card. 3 dex, 3 strength. And it's a power, helping justify the decision to grab subroutine. So upgrading 2 random cards will only be starter cards. A lot of whiffs there. I think I'm happier to just remove. Take out a strike. You can also see Snecko Oil as a random free stuff gamble. Play everything in your hand that you can. Play Snecko Oil potion, then play all the random cards that cost 0. Yeah, that one works, right? That way of playing it works. Okay, let's scooch around this way. Right, so like right now, could totally use the Snecko Oil right here if we wanted. We do need to get a lot more damage on these two before the Calcified Cultist starts pumping himself up. I'm keen to just do it here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, see, this isn't too bad at all. So we can bulk up, it really only costs 1. Play the stuff that's free. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, it's way better now. It's a tough pill to swallow in Slay the Spire 1. It can really screw you over. In this, it really can't. All right, I think Hailstorm is fine with a subroutine. It's less good with the bulk up. We don't have any frost right now. Might just take Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning is such a great card in Slay the Spire 1, and it's still fine. What does that upgrade to? Still 10 damage? Yeah. I'll grab a Ball Lightning. It's okay. Fossil Stalker. Yeah, that's true. The Ball Lightning is better with fewer slots. Deciding if I want to do bulk up on the strength. So this guy, he gains strength if he deals unblocked attack damage to you. Considering using the skill pot. I think I'm going to. Yeah, okay. So if we did bulk up, we could do charge battery and defend. Excuse me, charge battery and defend. Let's do that. And then I feel pretty good about the fight from this point on. Still gonna hit us, but probably just this once. Looking like it'll just be the once. Loop is here. I don't think Loop is very good, but I do think Loop is looking okay with subroutine and the focus strike and just sort of the orb focus that we've got going so far. I guess focus strike isn't going to help us on that turn, but it's more like deck building strategy wise. Focus strike does nothing for loop, but we would want to take, like, for example, defrag based on the other cards. So I'll just grab a loop. Sure. And let's go through a campfire. Might want to do an upgrade. We'll see. Ugh. Let's defend and then ball lightning strike the back. I'm gonna take a bunch of damage here, taking 10. Going for the back just because he had the lowest health. Okay, so this is free. This only costs 1. Could zap and then dual strike, roll the bones. It's a little bit risky. I mean, it's a lot risky. But defend is only going to block for 6. We can see what zap hits. Ooh, see, now we've got an okay chance. 1 in 3, then 1 in 3 of preventing all damage. Hey. Okay. That was really lucky. Super lucky. Thanks, game. I knew that foot pedal was working. Okay, these are all good choices. I like all of these. I'm gonna go with the cool-headed. And 28 hit points. We'll have another rest stop here soon. So let's upgrade. And even though, again, I don't think it's a great card, Loop does become twice as good when upgraded, and we are likely to play it whenever we see it. Yeah, so Loop, the difference the upgrade does is make it trigger it twice. So at the start of your turn, trigger the passive ability of your rightmost orb. So your rightmost orb is like, I don't know, I mean the one on the right, but it's also the one that's going to invoke next. Alright, not a bad opening there. Not too bad against this haunted ship. Alright, so at the start of our turn, we'll gain 4 block. So currently doing 10 from orbs. Because we're weak, we're not able to finish him off with a strike. So I'll just play the defend. Plap, plap. So probably gonna rest here. I still like boost away. I think it's a handy, handy block card to have. Yeah. So gonna rest here, and then maybe fight an elite after the shop. It's gonna be the plan. Genetic algorithm is here. It's a good card. I was hoping to see something that could deal with statuses, since we are fighting the Soulfish at the end of the act. And he creates lots of statuses that are very much a pain for the deck to deal with. I'm kind of thinking about doing genetic algorithm capacitor. Genetic algorithm card remove is maybe better long term, but I think capacitor will actually be pretty good going into the boss fight. We can use a fire pot against the upcoming elite to try to take it with fewer hit points lost, or potentially the swift pot. Genetic algorithm is going to be a pretty bad card for a little while. Try it. Okay, Skulking Colony. This guy's usually not too bad. To think about when we want to use the fire pot. I'm not going to take the extra status for 1 damage. Could try to do the swift pot to see if we can draw the subroutine. Otherwise, it's kind of a bad turn. Even if we don't find it, we could potentially bulk up, defend, and use the fire pot. All right. Still might use the fire pot. Maybe not. We could keep it for the fish. The fight's gonna go on for a little while, so probably just defend strike. Not gonna dual cast. We're gonna leave that orb there. Alright, I'm thinking about doing Focus Strike, Loop Ball Lightning? Or maybe I'd rather just get the Cool Headed in play. I probably want that before the shuffle. I guess this is already only 1 damage away from full damage. It's more or less just wanting to get the extra orb out. Well, let's leave the genetic algorithm in the drop pile. Even if we end up not playing at this fight, that's like, okay. That's okay. Ow. Ow. Couldn't quite play the genetic algorithm. I wonder if it would have been smarter to... I played a strike there. Probably just shouldn't have. Yeah, just shouldn't have. Alright, so Shadow Shield is okay, but I feel like Dark Orbs are less good with bulk up. Like Dark Orbs are, I guess with the capacitor, maybe it's a little more reasonable. Dark Orbs are the ones you want to stick around. Glass Orbs you just want to invoke right away. I suppose just another defensive card. Turbo is always good. But I'm gonna try the Shadow Shield. You don't really get the strat on Dark Orbs? I struggle with the strat on Dark Orbs in Spire 2. In Spire 1, it was like a key part to defeating certain enemies, like for example the champ in Act 2. You save a Dark Orb, and he transforms halfway through the fight once he reaches half health. So you just let a Dark Orb sit and build up during his first phase, and then you just like double cast it or use something else that can invoke it multiple times, and then kill him before he even does a meaningful transfer in his second phase. So that's one of the ways you would use Dark Orbs. So generally speaking, I like Rocket Punch. I think it's a really good card. Yeah, even though we did not grab... You know, we've only got the one card that gives us a status. We don't have any AoE, which kind of makes me think Gremlin Horn could be an okay pickup. It's definitely like speculative, this will be nice in the future kind of thing. doing that instead of a card remove. Card remove actually makes us a little bit worse against the Soulfish. And I'm a little bit nervous about it. This also doesn't help us against the Soulfish at all, but should help us a good bit in Act 2. I'm gonna take it. And I think 26 HP is too low. You wouldn't be able to upgrade Storm right before the boss, right? I don't think so. Could have grabbed Storm though. Storm would be a good pickup. It was there on sale, but certainly wasn't going to be able to upgrade it. Maybe that would have been better than grabbing the Gremlin Horn. Let's see, is Rocket Punch going to be the biggest attack we ever do? Probably. So I could just Gigantification Potion it now. We don't have any way of... No, I guess we have Bulk Up. Okay, he's attacking for 17, which sure feels like an awful lot. Yikes. I'm gonna play the Ball Lightning in the defend. This fight could just be death. So let's Focus Strike, boost away Beck and Loop. Alright, subroutine, bulk up. I think I'm gonna dual cast. I think we'd rather have the Frost Orb in front for extra defense from our looping. What's up, Slurgy? Glad to finally make a stream. Slay the Spire 2 is looking awesome. Can't wait to play it. Who's your favorite character so far? The Defect. I think the Defect is my favorite design. $25. We've got a lot of Beckons in the draw pile. Yeah, Defect is a lot more versatile than Slay the Spire 1, yeah. And I feel like one thing I'm noticing from playing Regent is that all the other characters are so hyper-focused on just like building an infinite, and that's just how you win, which is not so interesting to me. Whereas Defect doesn't play like that. Pablo X Crowbar, thank you for the subscription. I very much appreciate that. So let's see. I might just eat the damage from the Beacon. At least this one. And we're gonna have to burst him down really quite quickly. Within the next couple turns. That's bad. Let's see. I guess I'll just dual cast Beacon. He's gonna go intangible next turn, I'm pretty sure. No, it's not this turn. It's the next one. So I'm just going to strike Beacon. I don't think that Dark Orb is going to be relevant. Yeah, this one seems to be abusing Slurgy. I agree. So let's do the cool-headed, then have to play both beckons to just not die. Have our fire potion. Alright, I guess we're not going to use the fire pot. But I don't think there was a way of these pots saving us a turn. So... yeah, Rocket Punch on the intangible turn sucks, because I was hoping to do the Gigantification with it. Alright, Echo Form is here. And I don't know if you guys knew this, but Echo Form, good card. Good card. The first card you play each turn is played an extra time. I don't care what your deck strategy is. This helps you execute it, once it's in play anyway. So, I like Echo Form. I like the card. Shiny Orbs. How work? Ouch! Alright, transforming dual cast into quad cast is not so interesting to me. Not with what we have going on right now. Four potion slots filled with random potions. I wonder how good that really is. That's right, we zapped the giant eye alien. Maybe we're the aliens and he's the native species. Uh-oh. What does it do upgraded? Oh, no, it just loses ethereal. If you guys are talking about Echo Form. Just loses ethereal. So if we were to upgrade 6 random cards, how do we feel about that? Not that good, actually. It would hit a lot of the starter cards. Shadow Shield, I think it goes up to 15 block. Yeah. 6 random upgrades is a lot of power in most decks. It is, but so is 4 potion slots filled with random potions. I kind of like the potion slots. I'm gonna try it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Clarity Extract, Potion of Binding, Speed Potion, and Block Potion. I feel like that gives us a lot of little tools. And we can hang on to potions that we think will be useful for certain specific fights. So we'll be fighting the Knowledge Demon at the end. Knowledge Demon is kind of an enemy you want to race down quickly. Okay, so I don't think I want to go to a shop at 123 gold. So I might start out going this way. Maybe fight an elite if we got a campfire. I like that we can skip this one if we want. I like the end of act shop here. Okay. Yeah, if we were to find like White Beast statue, that'd be pretty great. Well, they're being mean. We got these potions. I say we use them. Could use a Gigantification potion on the Rocket Punch. That plus the Focus Strike kills this guy. Could use the Potion of Binding, which then we could use to kill the back one. Take a bit less from the front one. I'm gonna do the Gigantification, and then we're likely, after killing this one, after Gremlin Horn procs and the extra draw from Rocket Punch, pretty likely to find some form of block card. We'd like to get Genetic Algorithm played before the end of the fight, so I don't want to end the fight super fast. There we go. Block. Have you considered getting punched in the face real hard? considered it. So one interesting option here is if we played Echo Form and then boost away, we can take 2 damage to double play our genetic algorithm. I don't think that's that ridiculous. Would I want to take 2 damage to make the genetic algo bigger? It's pretty small right now. I don't know if this is right. But as you can see, it went from 4 and then increased by 3 2 times. Pretty neat. The Chaucer, hello, hello. Synchronized turbo and overclock. I like all of these. I think I like overclock slightly more than any of the others. Still rocking the robot. How high up the Ascension are you with it? Ascension 10. Been up to the highest Ascension on the robot for a little while. Slay the Slurgy 2. That's the game. Slay the Spire 1 goes up to 20 Ascension levels. All right, let's do an overclock. Overclock will let us play Rocket Punch for free. I think it will help us like get through our deck to find things like Subroutine and Echo Form more quickly, which will be important for the fights where we just accept getting punched in the face to be able to win the fight by getting our cards in play. Speaking of getting punched in the face, that's true, we will probably see 4 more turbos before the end of the run. I'm gonna go ahead and use the block potion here. We get full value from it. And that feels like a pretty good time to use it. So we can overclock for the Rocket Punch. And let's play the Cool-Headed. There's Echo Form. Actually, that's probably fine. I don't think we need to play it this fight. This guy's how you imagine the lower half of Slurgy? The insect or the defect? Or both? Damn. These are the cards we want to see. Guess we'll take 13. The insect's wide stance? Yeah, that's how I'm always sitting. Alright, let's overclock, see what we find. So, Focus Strike, Ball Lightning, Zap. That's gotta kill, right? Does in fact kill. Let's get our capacitor back. Glacier is here. Hotfix looks pretty nice too with the overclock, but I'm keen to grab a Glacier. The deck is very happy to grab a Glacier. Got a little Ovocopter here. I think I like Shadow Shield Strike better than 2 strikes. Could consider using the Clarity Extract. We'll have to keep in mind we've got our Gremlin Horn, so even when he makes his little kitties here, we should be able to deal with him. So if we do 13 here, still lets us finish it off with something else. Okay, what was that it drew at the end? Okay. It's fine. Thank you, genetic algorithm. I suppose I'd rather play the loop and bulk up for the remainder of this fight. Or is Echo Form just better? Can play Echo Form, then loop, then Focus Strike, and not do the bulk up. Right, because we got the subroutine. Yeah, maybe that's better. We don't need to be bulky. We'll just play cards multiple times. Let's play this twice here. Might just weaken him. Weaken him and play the defend. Still taking some damage here. Not the best overclock I've ever seen. Might just play Glacier past turn. Twice. Bugs don't blink? This guy's an imposter? It's a horrifying fact. Let's see. I'm gonna double play the strike here. Shadow Shield. Almost kind of hoped it would not hit that enemy. This fight's going on way longer than I'd like. So if we double bulk up, it's actually free. Then we can boost away Rocket Punch. Let's just do it. We'll get rid of the Dark Orb. Who cares? Plop. So then, Ball Lightning, Glacier Dual Cast. Alright, he's gonna die next turn. I guess we'll double overclock to find damage cards. Hello, damage cards. Damage cards, hello? Damage cards? Damage cards. Oof. I think this one might be a skip. Cold Snap? Nah. Beam Cell? Nah. Sweeping Beam? Nah. I think I'll skip. Whoa. I don't know that maybe I have seen this one. Stone of All Time. A massive boulder sits in the middle of an abandoned courtyard. A plaque reads, Stone of All Time. Its presence, shape, and adornments indicate that this courtyard was built around this stone and that it has never moved from the spot. Drink and lift or push. Wish you could play as a battle brother in this game? Ah, so the legs are the problem. If we had a big multi-attack, Vigorous 8 could be pretty interesting. I think losing a Fire Pot for 10 max HP is pretty good. Okay. He has the common multi-attack 3 that I think is extremely powerful. Yes, I think you're talking about the Gunk Up. I agree. Gunk Up's a pretty good card. So let's see. Rest and then fight this elite. How do we feel about the Act 2 elites? Decimillipede I feel okay against because of the Gremlin Horn. The Bee-Man, I feel like it's fine. And who's the third elite? Why can I not remember? Who are the elites? They are... Oh yeah, the Infested Prism. Right, Infested Prism. That's it. We can fight the Prism too. I think with 64 health we can do all of them. He sure comes out swinging, huh? He's attacking for 24 already. Doesn't that seem like a lot? It seems like a lot. I might do the speed potion and just play defend, defend, loop. It's cool character design. This is your first time seeing the gameplay. It's very cool character design. There's a lot of different ways that this character can function. Okay, can boost away rocket punch. Of course, we're gonna get dazed more than once. I think that's fine. Brewski, thank you for being here. Thank you for the watch streak. Very cool. All right, so almost full blocking, close to it anyway. Given the loop, we'd like to try to put this Dark Orb in front. Could do a Glacier, then Capacitor if we wanted to put the Dark Orb in front. Let it loop, gain a bunch of damage, and then we can just blap hit him with a dual cast. Doesn't give us any dazed. Alternatively, we could just Capacitor, then Glacier. But I think I like the prospect of doing the Glacier, then Capacitor. And is it worth doing the Focus Strike? Maybe not, but I clicked it. All right, so we got Genetic Algorithm here, which we have bumped up to a respectable amount of defenses. Echo Form's just not gonna get played. Food Evening, hello Slice the Elder. Yeah, so maybe overclock Genetic Algorithm, dual cast, and then we see if we find the defend, and if not, that's fine too. Can play the Potion of Binding or Clarity Extract if we need it. Or could just take a bunch of damage in this fight and accept that that's okay. It's not like we're going to take that much. Okay, let's cool-headed see what we draw. Alright, so how much damage is in the draw pile? Quite a bit, enough to deal with his hit points. So I'm thinking Focused Strike and then probably the Defend. I don't think we need to use another potion. So now there's the question of whether to play these strikes or not. Could have maybe played the Potion of Binding there too. But we got him. See you later, nerd. Get out of here. Alright. Multicast, I think, is not super exciting. It's a little bit better with a little Dark Orb action, but I feel like better is any other rare. So I'm not too excited to see that one with the deck as is. Barrage isn't terrible. A rare situation where with Bulk Up and Capacitor, Barrage can get multiplied on both axes for a number of channeled orbs and strength. And it comes upgraded. I'm gonna grab it. Brain Leech. He doesn't look like it's very nice. Let's try the colorless card rewards. Some of those are good. Not these ones, but some of them are good. Mind Blast will attack for 20 at the moment, right? I wish it had exhaust. Like, oh, what is that card? It is a colorless, it's uncommon. Dramatic Entrance, that's the one. I wish it had exhaust like Dramatic Entrance, but being able to do 20 damage to a single target on an innate card, I don't know, that's not bad. I don't think I've taken that card yet, and I think it's actually okay with the deck right now, as is. What's the upgrade? That's a great question. Just costs 0. So let's see, another elite. So this would no longer be the B-Man, the Entomancer. It'd be the Decimillipede, which is the 3 little dibbles, or the Infested Prism. I think it's okay. You like the innate damage cards that exhaust? Quick little punch in the mouth to start off a fight? Yeah, sometimes that's really good, right? Speaking of getting punched in the mouth. So I might do the Potion of Binding here. This guy does give us energy when we attack him, so I'm going to do Boost Away and Mind Blast and the Echo Form. But I'm going to Potion of Binding him. So it makes us do more damage. Makes him do less. We'll get Echo Form, rocking and rolling. There's a point where genetic algorithm doesn't really need to be beefed up anymore, and it's like acceptable. And we're reaching close to that amount. So I'm deciding if I want to double play the genetic algorithm, or if I'd rather double play Zap. I can still use to make it a little bit bigger. So let's double play the subroutine. Or would I rather have it be the cool-headed? Maybe I'd rather have it be the cool-headed. Try to find an attack. That's an attack. Finally able to get through his shield. Not very much. Ouch. It's picking on me. I'm gonna double play the overclock, I guess. Yeah, I want to make Rocket Punch free. Yeah, Wombo combo. Shield Smasher, not very much, yeah. Wombo combo, but kind of Wombo, eh. Wombo non-bow. What is this hand? This sucks. I guess double overclock. Wombo Nombo is killing me. I mean, we've all been there. Try to get as much block as we can. Taking 9 here isn't so bad. Mind Blast, you're not doing very much here. We're not dead, are we? Might have to use the Clarity Extract just to double play the Barrage to not die. Feels like... Let's see, if we were to double Focused Strike... No, not dead, but... Man. There's several different ways to play this specific turn because of Echo Form in play. So if we were to do double bulk up, it makes the defend bigger, but I think that doesn't, I don't think that's, it's not going to be that line, though that is like full energy because of our subroutine. Isn't it lethal with draw and bulk up? Well, bulk up's going to get rid of some... Yeah, it is. I'm trying to decide if we can do this without playing the potion. But yes, if we use the Clarity Extract, we can absolutely just kill him. We can absolutely just kill him. But I'm trying to decide if we can not do that, because there's quite a bit of block in these here Frost Orbs. So we could do something like, you know, dual cast, focus strike. We can still do bulk up and defend at that point. Or we can do like, you know, dual cast, bulk up, focus strike, defend. So we would dual cast twice, and we would do that first, which feels a little awkward. But that'd be 10, you know, 11, 12, 13, 14. And this would block for 8. So that'd block for 22 total, which is almost all we need. So I think I can save needing to use this potion. And I think that's the best line. The other way to do it would be double focused strike. And then I would dual cast bulk up defend, which would block for 6, 6, 6. So 18 plus 8. Actually, I guess that's better, isn't it? So that'd be 18 plus 8. Which is 24. So I think that's the line. Yeah, so don't need to use the potion. Tiny mailbox is here. Good. We're going to get a random potion. Feral hologram, go for the eyes. These are all nice to see. Was a sick play well done? Well, thank you. Yeah, I like all of these. I guess I'm lightly leaning towards go for the eyes. Maybe Feral's pretty good though. Rocket Punch can return to your hand once played for 0. If we upgrade Mind Blast, it could also return to hand. If we get any potions that make stuff free, we can have that return to hand. Hollow can help play Rocket Punch for free, that's true. Hologram's a good card. Hologram could refetch, or could fetch Genetic Algorithm if, you know, we drew it the first time when an enemy wasn't planning on attacking, for example. Probably supposed to be the hologram. So let's rest here. Gain an attack pop. Want to hit up that shop at the end of the act. Echo form and take 10. And then probably don't take damage the rest of the fight. But without doing that, damage felt reasonably likely. Double ball lightning. And let's put frost orbs in play. Probably just double focus strike. Zap loop. And am gonna take damage. Well, these turns are not lining up quite how I want them. All our block is when he's not attacking, and all our attacks are when, well, you know, we kind of need them. Boy, he's kind of attacking for a lot. I'm gonna double play the rocket punch, I guess? My god. This sucks. We could die. If it whiffs. The hell is this? So Barrage will do 21. Mind Blast is 16. I don't want to use another potion. I didn't want to use a potion for this fight, but it's kind of looking likely, huh? Might use a vulnerable pot on him. So we have 6 block in hand, 4 block from orbs. Like, yeah, we have to find something. So could vulnerable pot and then play the double rocket punch and see what we find? That doesn't feel like a good idea. Vulnerable double barrage. Mine is nearly lethal. It's got to be close. Yeah, we could get an attack worth doubling. Right, so this is 21, and if he's vulnerable, I think it'll go to... Yeah, it'll go to 30. No, I think that probably is lethal, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. Fusion beam cell charge battery. I might just go charge battery. Fusion is also pretty good. I like it much better upgraded. I'm gonna go with the charge battery. Let's take some time. But not pick at random. Spend the 5 HP. Daughter of the Wind, whenever you play an attack, gain 1 block. Or Bing Bong, whenever you add a card to your deck, add 1 additional copy. Alright, get over here, Bing Bong. What's the lava lamp? At the end of combat, upgrade all card rewards if you took no damage. It's kind of cute. I haven't taken it yet. So we'll have to keep in mind with Bing Bong, anything we grab, we get 2. Probably Droplet of Precognition here. Skill Pot, probably not the Stable Serum, but maybe. Just gonna grab the Skill Pot and card remove. Take out a strike. Do I think this particular defect is gonna die in this fight against the Knowledge Demon? Kind of. This is a very good opening hand. This is making me feel a lot better. Alright, subroutine, Echo Form, and then Mind Blast. Could consider using an attack pot now. No time like the present. It's funny, yesterday you had terrible draw during the act and great draw during the boss. Well, I engaged my foot pedal. I guess Helix Drill is better with the strength gain that we'll have. Not good on this turn, but once we're bulked up, I guess it's okay. Flat Cannon also could be okay, but I'd rather get at least a little damage in right now. Alright, we've got a lot of potions here, so shouldn't be afraid to use them. We can double Shadow Shield. Double Shadow Shield to block for 22, which is almost full block. We do have the Heart of Iron, which we could play at some point. Could Skill Pot and see if there's some better option. I guess double Shadow Shield synchronized could set up a decent amount of damage for the future. And would I rather Charge Battery or Ball Lightning? Charge Battery still blocking for 2. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And I'm not going to play the Overclock. Alright, so we only need to... Well, is that true? I guess if I double Cool-Headed, we only need to single play the Genetic Algorithm. I was kind of hoping to double play some of the powers. They're all at the back? They're all at the very back. So he's attacking for 27, 27 plus 6, so we need a tiny bit more block, which we've got from the Frost Orb, so I guess I'll just strike. Maybe could have considered using the Precognition. So double bulk up seems pretty good. We'll be getting rid of Frost Orbs, but we're going to add them back later after we Capacitor, I guess. May as well be a big beefy robot. Helix Drill actually gonna hit pretty hard. We could hologram the Helix Drill. Defend. You were gonna comment how cool the boss design is, and you ask yourself, what's he holding himself up with? Hold on, let's answer this question. Well, I think you know the answer to that. All right, let's double Capacitor. Or do I double Rocket Punch? No, let's double Capacitor. Loop, Focus Strike. Put the Focus Strike back in the drop pile. We'll leave Zap out of it. Take 6. Could use the Heart of Iron now. Do I think that's necessary? Like a little. Whoa, Sloth got new art. That's new. That's as of today. All right, so let's double play the Cool-Headed maybe, or maybe the double charge battery is better. Could dual cast now, or could try to do it on the shuffle. Definitely gonna play the Glacier. Maybe not the Ball Lightning. So we're gonna generate 2 more orbs. And I suppose we just don't generate the 3rd. But then if we shuffle and want to play Glacier at that time, this will do nearly 100 damage. May not get to the end of the next shuffle, so let's not bother. Yeah, that was a really good turn. And he's gonna die. Double Mind Blast on the Knowledge Demon. Feels like a poetic end to that disgusting creature. Helix Drill carrying hard, kind of is. Creative AI. Creative AI is here. We can get really creative with creative AI. Coolant is also pretty good, I think. And Meteor Strike is here. Meteor Strike a little bit more reasonable with potion slots because we can hang on to, for example, an energy potion. For a, clutch Meteor Strike timing. But I'm not keen to hang on to a curse if we can only play it some of the time. So I kind of feel like creative AI is fine. It's pretty expensive. Like, it's really expensive. But we're going to rely on potions to enable these plays, keep us alive, to get stuff in play. Because once we've got Echo Form down and a bunch of our powers, we're pretty solid. Oh, that's right. Double Bing Bong. Coolant, especially double played, is easily 8 blocks a turn. Easily 8 block a turn. I don't know about easily. I don't know about that one. I like Coolant. But I don't think you can call it easily 8 block a turn. Oh, you're saying 4 per. Yeah, okay, maybe I kind of agree with you. Maybe that would have been better. I see what you're saying. With Echo Form already in played. Choose 3 attacks in your deck and enchant them with Instinct. I don't hate that. Whenever you kill an elite, upgrade 4 random cards. This goes down to 2 still, yeah. I guess that wouldn't be awful. And every 4 cards you play, draw 1 card. I kind of like that one. I like every 4 cards you play, draw 1 card. Especially with Echo Form in play, because we're very reliably playing... Ooh, I mean, does that count as playing 2 cards? I'm going to assume if you echo something, it counts as playing it twice. I don't know how those interact yet. I haven't... I don't think I've seen it, and if I was, I didn't commit it to memory. So maybe this way... And maybe shop at the end. Could also consider going this way. But I think I like this right path a little bit better. I like the near end of act shop. All right, Mind Blast, Glacier. Because Mind Blast has not been very good. Could also have considered Glacier Defend. It's a lot of damage. Good lord. This fight's not supposed to be that hard. I might zap. Oh man. Should I just bulk up defend? Good lord. There goes our capacitor. That might be okay. It'd be nice to have a turbo in this here deck. So what would we grab with hologram here? Maybe just overclock? Or maybe still just grab the capacitor. I'm gonna grab the overclock. Okay, there's loop. Maybe loop then ball lightning. Get the frost orb in front. This guy's gonna attack us now with strength. Hate it. So let's dual cast then cool headed. All right, full blocking. So let's do... I might not play the capacitor. Or maybe... No, I think I'm not going to play the capacitor. Just going to do... Glacier Charge Battery. Let's play that, I guess. Okay, rocket punch, blap. Then we can just kill him. But this will draw our cards, so let's cycle this a little bit higher. Oops. Okay, never mind, I guess whoops. I wasn't thinking that would be lethal. All right, let's grab a Turbo Plus. Definitely grabbing a Turbo Plus, especially with the Iron Club now. That's grabbing 2 Turbo Pluses. But keeping in mind that everything we add to the deck does mean more draws until we find Echo Form. So, something to keep in mind. So, subroutine. Do I want to Mind Blast, then Turbo Rocket Punch, kill one? I think so. So that's 20, that's 39 damage. It's Xaxes on this guy. This guy's hitting us for more. Let's do it on this guy then. Genetic Algorithm is here. Lovely. Let's still Rocket Punch and see what we draw. Bulk up. Bulk up Genetic Algo. Oh. Right, bulk up gets us energy back because we played subroutine. All right. Let's see what Cool-Headed draws. If we get lucky on the lightning hit, then we'll proc our Gremlin Horn. Never didn't have it. And we don't need to play the Echo Form. We have played our Genetic Algorithm, so we played our mini game. We'll just get Iron Club up a little bit higher. Perfect. Overclock Plus? Yeah, we grab that. We grabbed that twice. The deck is getting huge. We're getting a big, bulky deck. This feels good, right? One of the reasons I've been, you know, enjoying Defect is I feel like this is not what you do with the other characters. The Trial. We accept. Serve as today's decider. A powerful noble. Corrupt, huh? Now keep in mind, we do have Bing Bong. So if we were to choose this option, we would add regret twice. I say he's guilty. One less corrupt noble. Same here. We would add 2 clumsies to the deck. So I say we choose this, not that. Okay, subroutine, loop, capacitor, creative AI, then radiant tincture, our, excuse me, droplet of precognition, our genetic algorithm. Sure. Creative AI again. Let's hologram the rocket punch, even though it's not discounted again. There we go. All right, so we can do capacitor, bulk up glacier. That works for me. Okay, so the only power we haven't played is our Echo Form here. And let's play the boost away the charge battery then. Next turn, we're going to have a couple overclocks available. So let's do stuff that generates our orbs. Then we'll just hit him for quite a bit of damage. Still have both of the overclocks there, huh? Well, all right. Okay. He's going to hit us real big on this turn. All right, attacking for 45. So we have a spinner, echo form, focus strike. Certainly going to play the focus strike. And then let's overclock to see what we find. Kind of a lot of nothing. Probably just won't play the echo form. It's what it's looking like. But that might be okay. Blocking for quite a bit here. Right, 16, then taking 2, so 14 from hand, and then 12. I find this acceptable. It'll probably be the last meaningful damage we take in the fight. So get hit for 19, but I think he's basically doomed, especially if we play this buffer. We like buffer. And I guess just strike here. Having both of these turbos in this hand is really bad. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. That's definitely bad. But we've got a buffer, so we just need to make sure burns don't take away our buffer stack. So let's do... Have to play a Shadow Shield, I guess. So maybe Focus Shield. Excuse me, Focus Strike Shadow Shield. The downside of the Shadow Shield is it'll make the Frost Orb no longer be in front. But I suppose that's fine. As soon as we get to this Dark Orb, we should be able to kill him. And he'll hit big, but that's fine because we've got our buffer. Right? So this looks spooky, but the damage is actually a big ol' 0. Oh, I haven't opened that yet. I put the sparkling water to my mouth and it wasn't even open. Feels a little silly. Potion of Capacity. Gain 2 orb slots. All right. I assume it still caps at 10. And a Storm is here. Now, Storm we do like at this point. Had an opportunity to get one earlier and didn't take it. Hotfix and FTL are both reasonable additions. We're going to be adding 2 Storms because of Bing Bong. Mummified Hand, hello? I would like to upgrade here. I think we can. Man, there are some good upgrades. I kind of want to upgrade one of the Storms. No longer innate from the upgrade. Miniature Cannon. Upgraded attacks deal 3 additional damage. We'll hit big barrages. Okay. Wow, there's a lot of stuff here I like. Okay. Master of Strategy, subroutine. I was thinking about buying a potion. Card remove I was also thinking of, but I'm leaning towards subroutine and master of strategy. Sets of 2 of both of those are totally reasonable to add. So we'll get double of both because of Bing Bong. Double master of strategy is pretty awesome here. We just need to find the cards and get to them, but we keep adding more. But we're making it okay because we're adding sifting. We will definitely be resting, and probably resting twice. So we'll get something from the tiny mailbox. Technically, if we bought the membership card, because it's a 50% discount. No, we'd need twice as much, right? Yeah. We would not want to buy that. But if you have twice as much as the membership card costs, you should always buy it. Double cool-headed? Would that be bad? Unupgraded cool-headeds? I'll say no. This guy's kind of a problem. Sort of wish I had a vulnerable potion. Plap. I'm gonna play the Clarity Extract. Yeah. Good. I'm gonna try not playing these. That might be difficult to do. This guy's gonna hurt us. I don't know why he has to hurt us so much. So let's hologram. Well, no, let's overclock first. Maybe we should just hologram the bulk up. Let's see what Rocket Punch finds us. Finds us to defend. See what Master of Strategy finds us. Bunch of stuff. The thing is if we can get enough block generated, we can actually play like the subroutines. But we're getting him kind of close to dead, like kind of, sorta. Was hoping to find maybe a genetic algorithm and then just go wild playing our powers. That's not what happened. So maybe I will hologram the turbo. Oh, I was gonna draw a card there. Shoot, that was bad timing to do that. Should have played like something else first because of Spiked Club. And I'm gonna play the Zap, then the Overclock. Hey, genetic algorithm is here. Now, of course, we are frail. So this is not full blocking, but certainly going to play it. So looking at pretty good damage just from the barrage and the focus strike. Right, because he's only hitting us for 21. So could play like subroutine. Let's see, so he's doing 21, which means we could play 2 powers. I guess that's not that much, huh? 2 powers and not take any damage. So we could play this one, and then play this one in a defend, and then we take 1. We could play 2 defends, actually. Okay. Managed to play 3 subroutines, so not sure what that says exactly, but it says something. See what Master Strategy finds. If we found our dual cast, yeah. Ball Lightning and dual cast. Alright. Managed to sneak our way through that fight. Alright, another bulk up or loop. Both are, I think, pretty good here. Just adding to the engine. We'll be adding 2 copies. We do have our Potion of Capacity, but even still, I don't think I want to add 2 bulk ups. Adding 2 loops is interesting. Loop is not looking that great though. It is loop plus, which does help. Where's our heat sinks? I guess this is a skip. I don't know. Once we've got like the subroutines and storms in play, all we need to do is just like play our overclocks, master strategies, stuff like that. And churn through the deck pretty fast. It really depends on how the shuffle goes. I'm gonna skip. We're gonna go here, we're gonna rest. Gain a potion from our tiny mailbox. Run on a Chevy big block engine. That's right. And let's avoid going to the elite. I think we're gonna use hit points as a resource in these 2 fights. So 2 regular fights feels a little more manageable. Or does it? Echo form, my beloved. So no echo form, not in this fight. Why does every single enemy make us frail? That's what I want to know. We're generating a lot of orbs. Clap. Who needs Echo Form? Not us, apparently. Not at all. We just had to be really creative, I guess. But wait, there's more. Okay, let's bring this up to 3. Ooh, another capacitor? Ooh, skim. Oh boy, or overclock. Oh man, these are all worthwhile candidates to add to the deck. Skim Plus actually might be the most reasonable to add, because we want to find our subroutines. My oh my. Capacitor also, honestly, not terrible. But I like Skim quite a bit. Thanks, Bing Bong. We'll get an extra copy. There's one of our subroutines. Okay, finding our storms. We can re-grab Skim as needed. So we gotta play some cards to get stuff out of our hand. Play the other storm. Play the capacitor. Now we can play this over clock after we play one more card. Let's play the bulk up, I guess. And then maybe Glacier, and that's where this turn ends. Okay. Okay. Things are happening with this deck. Things are happening. So we're going to take just a little bit of damage here. But I feel confident that we can finish him off without any issues. Let's make sure to play that one. And we'll have him die with Iron Club on 3. Is it worth adding another Glacier to the deck? I don't know if the answer is no, and I don't know that the answer is yes. I think the answer might be no. Blessing is an excellent pick. Blessing. What does blessing mean? The pot you got? Oh, Blessing of the Forge? Yeah. Yeah, upgrade all cards in your hand for the rest of combat. Yeah, that's actually really good. Agreed. Other than like maybe the speed pot, these are all actually incredible. I would like some more frost generation. The thing about the storms is that it's pretty easy then to just have a whole orb slot full of, you know, lightning orbs. And really it's the frost orbs that we want more than anything else. You know what? 41 cards is not enough. Let's go with 43. So let's rest. Probably replace the speed pot with a weak potion. I think weak potion will be better. 78 hit points. I expect we'll use some of them. Okay. Overclock and turbo is here. That's excellent. Here's Echo Form. We do want to play our Echo Form. I was hoping to get the subroutines up, rocking and rolling. It's a lot of our energy. Could play the Radiant Tincture and make the manage the energy situation a little more nice. If I could find like one subroutine before we play the Echo Form, I'd feel a lot better. I'd like to play more cards this turn. But if we use the Radiant Tincture, then we can just at least Glacier and Echo Form. Take a little bit of damage, but that's not that bad. We're getting hit, but not like a unmanageable amount. Could consider not playing Echo Form. Could consider just using a weak potion on the door. Could consider doing Blessing of the Forge to make the Echo Form stick around. Getting rid of Ethereal on it. Let's do that one. I'm going to play this, draw the card, Creative AI. Then play the Glacier, and maybe a Shadow Shield. And then we just pass the turn. We'll get it on the shuffle. Okay. So Glacier and Charge Battery will be pretty good block. Yeah, it'll be full block. There's a subroutine. Excellent. One of our many. We even could hologram Echo Form back into play potentially too. So then let's play this Overclock. Found ourselves a Storm. Let's play that, draw a card. Okay, our other two subroutines are at the back of the deck. There's one of them. Excellent. So then let's Capacitor, then Bulk Up. Can hologram in our Echo Form now. Play the other subroutine. Now we're cooking. May end up needing to use the Swift Potion. That may not end up being a very good draw. We'll see. What are you still doing here? I just got here. So we can play the loop. Loop a whole bunch of times. Play the Creative AI, see what we draw. Shadow Shield. That will be enough block. Kind of a disappointing first turn against the Doormaker. See how this one goes. Alright, let's double play the Creative AI. Okay, just gonna play attacks and stuff like that. And what would we draw that we would even want to play? I guess not that much. Maybe we leave this Master Strategy alone. Just end our turn here. Just play it defend. Okay. Alright. Okay. So just using AI generated cards. Where's the outrage? I know. That's true. I am generating AI generated cards. Or playing those. Sweet. Let's try to find the other Creative AI. There it is. I love what we have going on here. This is just an absolute beautiful mess. What a beautiful mess. All right, we got lots of frost orbs. We got a frost orb in this position too. So at the start of his turn, we're gonna gain a bunch of block, and then we're gonna evoke all those orbs with the powers that we've created. Yo dog, I heard you liked Echo Form. So I Echo Formed you an Echo Form. Okay. That was pretty smooth, actually. All right. Neat. Test subject C56. So we're going to try to find subroutines and storms. This is an AI slop build and I'm here for it. This is, in fact, an AI slop build. I will agree with this. Let's use the Swift Pot. Okay. Can play a subroutine like that. Let's play a turbo, draw a card from our Iron Club. Okay, draw with the Rocket Punch. Draw with the Cool Headed. Play a Ball Lightning, then the Cure All, maybe. Here's another subroutine. Excellent. So we don't have any more card draw. So these net cost 1. I will probably just go ahead and play both. And we'll play Glacier, defend. Oh, I want to play that capacitor, so I'm going to play the Radiant Tincture. Oh, right. And I gain more. Right. So we're going to kill him next turn, probably. Or even just block with the genetic algorithm. I think that's very likely. So I'm going to play both of these defends. And maybe weaken him. Honestly, this stage is the one I care about the most, or I think is the most threatening. Weirdly, because I think once we're set up, we're just like, we're golden. So let's play the Focused Strike. See what we draw. Bulk Up. Draw 4. There we go. Let's play the Turbo. And the Storm. We're still looking for another subroutine, but just one. Let's play the Smokestack and then the Boost Away. Okay, Overclock. There's our Echo Form. Got it. So then we'll play the Loop. I guess we should play the Potion of Capacity, huh? Creative AI. Put some Frost Orbs in play. Oh no, I didn't want to see that yet. I guess we've got the hologram though. We don't have the hologram anymore. Okay, that's fine. We'll just go around the horn. There, that'll be a good opening hand. Lots of card draw right at the shuffle. I'm pretty good with that. And let's bring the Iron Club up to 4. Could hologram in one of the voids just to let it disappear and get it out of the draw pile. Okay. Now we're just gonna play a bunch of powers. We'll start with this one. We like that one. We like this one. We like that one. We like this. We like this. We like this. We like this. This is pretty cool. That one's neat. See you later, nerd. All right, so then we're gonna play both of the glaciers. Get plenty of frost orbs in play. He's gonna start intangible here. This is unethical. This deck is ridiculous. Yes. This is like a little bit like old Defect in a way. And I guess how many let's see. How many double plays are we getting? Just the one? Okay. Imagine the relic that lets you draw when you play a power. Ah, so they moved that to a relic. No more heat sinks for us. Oh my goodness, look at all these storms. That's gonna be a lot of lightning orbs. Was a lot of lightning orbs. Wow, the damage on that barrage was nuts. Cool. Heat sinks would be broken with a new power that gives energy when casting powers. Yeah, I agree. I agree. There's a lot of things that are broken though. Nice. All right. So we're 1-1. Had a run right at the beginning that just fizzled. Big deck. We got a big deck energy there. I'm gonna run it again. That was a really fun run. That was a fun one. Again, once I get all the characters up to Ascension 10, which I'm just gonna do off stream, because I play those ones fast. Because I'm kind of just interested in reaching Ascension 10 and then whatever. I'm gonna eventually just do rotating. But I do think Defect is the most fun. Yeah, I think it's better that they give energy than draw. I like how characters have more energy gain mechanics so they can function on 3 energy. I agree. This is a rough one. This is a rough one. And we'll be facing the Lagavulin Matriarch. These are not so great. I have not found that the scroll box is very good. Whenever you rest at a rest site, raise your max HP by 5. Might actually be okay, but this looks like awful. This first half of the act is bad. Is there a fight of lots of rest and elites? Man, I don't know. I feel like the elites maybe do too much damage. I understand where your head's at, Rufin. Like if you're going to fight the elites, get the relic, rest, may as well gain max HP for it. Backlog, boys. Oh man. Thanks, Austin. Thanks for the raid. Glad to have you. Welcome, Raiders. We're playing some Slay the Spire 2. Just starting a fresh run. So you've hit us at a good time. We're 1-1 with our Ascension 10 runs on the Defect at the moment. Slay the Spire is great. Have you played this game? You should. It's very good. Did you ever play Slay the Spire 1? If not, put it on your backlog. Yeah, I'm curious about the card packs though here. I think card packs can be either. It can be good. You've not? Missing out. It's a good game. I'm going to try the card pack. So far, I've only been disappointed every single time I've tried this on every single character. Let's see if I'm disappointed again. So on one hand, we've got Rocket Punch, Barrage, and Cold Snap. Unfocused, but fine. And then Sunder, Hologram, Lightning Rod. Unfocused, but pretty good starting cards, especially Sunder and Lightning Rod. I like Rocket Punch a lot. I think this is one of my favorite defect cards, just in general. But yeah, exactly. Sunder in your starter deck is pretty nice. Yeah, this game is a lot easier to figure out than Battle Brothers, that's for sure. Much easier to figure out than Battle Brothers. And I like Lightning Rod just a lot. I think this card's just super good. These are both good. I think Barrage is kind of okay with Cold Snap too. This one might be a little more open-ended. Yeah, I don't know. This is a really interesting choice, and I like both. Would there be one reason I would want to take one over the other, depending on where we go? I don't want to face an elite really with either set, but maybe it's okay. Right, so it could potentially go that way. Fight this elite, immediately rest, but then have to fight another elite. So then we'd have to venture off this way probably, which maybe is manageable. Which of these is going to be best suited to fight the, said it was Underdogs, right? Underdogs elites. Yeah, these are both really good sets. I'm barely leaning towards this one. I think Cold Snap can give Barrage some damage. I think Rocket Punch is, again, one of my favorite defect cards just in general. And it works well no matter how the deck goes. We're always going to be generating at least some status cards. It's just a very good card. It's a very good card. I don't like this right path. I don't like just chaining a whole bunch of hallway fights. They're super dangerous and for not much reward. So if anything, I'd rather go to question marks and elites. So we're going to go to the left here. All right, let's... I guess full block, but maybe I should have done just take 3 and hit this guy twice. But maybe... maybe we'll just dual cast and hit this guy twice, and then we'll be fine. Close. We'll just take 2. So we're going to take 2 in this fight. Not bad. Claw, Uproar, Iteration. Sometimes I break the law. But Iteration would go well with the same things that Rocket Punch would go well with. It just doesn't do anything for us right now. I think Uproar is okay, given that we've already added some decent attack cards. Right? Like, these are ones that if Uproar were to hit them, we'd be pretty happy with it. More so than the strikes. I might go with the Uproar. It's kind of a fun card. I feel bad not taking Claw though. Claw needs its time in the sun, you know, it's time to shine. Time in the sun. Let's go with Uproar. So, deal 5 damage twice and then play a random attack from your draw pile. We're hoping to randomly play one of our better attacks. Well, this opening hand is yikes. Let's see what dual cast does for us. That wasn't it. Could use the fire pot. I mean, we're getting hit for 15. I kind of think this will just be better. Using the fire pot kind of early there, but whatever. All right, synchronize, go for the eyes, boost away. Excuse me. Go for the eyes, deal 3 damage if the enemy intends to attack, apply 1 weak. Might just grab that one. We found ourselves a trash heap. Random junk or dive in? Random junk, I swear, always just gives me that stupid silent skill that lets you play another skill. I'm gonna try dive in here. Dreamcatcher. Yeah, alright. Sure. Whenever you rest, you may add a card to your deck. Sure. Yeah, I think this fight should be safe enough. We don't have to play one of our two cost attacks. So we'll take 2, and then we'll take 3, and hopefully that'll be the last damage we take. Looks like it will be. Chill, hotfix, and cold snap. All of these are fine. I'm leaning towards chill or hotfix. We are going to be fighting an elite. Let's go with hotfix. It's the skulking colony. Go for the eyes. So now I think it's going to be uproar here. Uproar and then probably defend. Yeah, just hitting a strike. But we'll do our full 20 damage. Ugh. So now take 12. So Rocket Punch will grab Cold Snap. Let's do that. So we'll shuffle with all of our juicy cards in the shuffle. Yikes. So I suppose could Rocket Punch hit anything that's good? Like Go for the Eyes would be good. And the hotfix would be fine, or even one of the dazes would be good. Otherwise we don't want it to hit anything here. Because I want to play the Cold Snap. I might actually just do Cold Snap Barrage Strike. Take 16. Ouch. Alright, only need to do 7 more points of damage. Okay. Got a fire potion. The Unsettling Lamp. Each combat, the first time you play a card that debuffs an enemy, double its effect. Okay, double Go for the Eyes. Go for the Eyes Uproar Loop. I don't think I want to grab Loop. I could take another Uproar. Uproar can hit Uproar, which is like cute when it happens. Another Go for the Eyes would be fine. I'd rather upgrade the one we have. So we're going to need to rest. How do I feel about fighting an elite after a rest? Probably pretty bad. So we'd either face the little tentacles, the Phantasmal Gardener, or the Terror Eel. And both of those fights kind of feel like death, even with the Fire Potion, even after healing. We would be able to gain a card. And I suppose we'd be able to rest again right after it, and then could skip elites from that point on. I'm gonna add the Uproar and rest and fight the next elite. Let's see if this is reasonable. Chill or Lightning Rod? I like both. I'm leaning towards Chill just because we could be facing the Phantasmal Gardener, which is 4 enemies, and I think it's fine to add to the deck long term. It is the Terror Eel, though. Let's Uproar. Hitting a strike, of course. I guess defend. Ow. Man, and then we draw a ton of block on a turn when he's not hitting for his hard. Go for the Eyes is here. Thank you. So we'll weaken him twice. This is looking pretty bad. So right now, he's at 117. If we hit him with both strikes, we'll get him down to 105. Hit him with the Fire Pot. Passive Lightning's still not going to be enough to get him stunned. So we'll probably stun him maybe next turn. I guess. Uproar and Barrage is potentially quite a bit of damage. Might not use the Fire Potion here, though. Maybe just take the 5. Get a better stun next turn. Okay. Not the best hand next turn, though. But it's okay, because we're gonna kill him. Hey. Got him. Zeldis, hello, hello. Robot Man. Glacier, Rocket Punch, Consuming Shadow. Excuse me. Consuming Shadow, I find to be a pretty interesting card. Channel 2 Dark at the end of your turn, evoke your leftmost orb. It's like the dark won't stick around. Have you done a shadow deck? What, one using dark orbs? I don't think there's any like... There are definitely decks and cards and ways you want to play that lean into dark orbs more than others, but there's no like dark orb package exactly. in Slay the Spire too. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and probably I'll click on Consuming Shadow. I'll be back in just a moment. I am back. Casario, hello. The hair says hello. All right, let's grab Consuming Shadow. Take a rest here. Get a card from our Dreamcatcher. What if we removed every card that wasn't Uproar? Every attack that wasn't Uproar? What if Uproar only hit Uproar? I don't think this is smart or good. But I'm going to click it anyway. All right, let's go see what this relic is. Permafrost. The first time you play a Power Reach combat, gain 6 block. Excuse me. Not my favorite. Is that possible? Uproar Infinite? Well, it wouldn't be infinite because it's only going to play Uproar from your draw pile. And eventually they just all go to your discard pile. But you could play, you know, all of your Uproars from the first one. Have you got a Mutilate deck yet? I don't know what Mutilate is. So Spoils map, this gives you 600 gold if you can reach the treasure chest in the next act. The legends were true. Sure feels like this deck dies to Lagavulin Matriarch right now. I don't like losing the hit points. I'm gonna grab the Spoils map. This is maybe stupid. Let's heal. With an extra 10 hit points, Skulking Colony or Phantasmal Gardener are the two elites that we would potentially fight. Consuming Shadow, kind of good against the Skulking Colony. Chill in the Uproars, pretty good against the Phantasmal Gardeners. So the Mutilate deck it's a floor 2 start option. If I recall, it gives you 5 or 6 Mutilate cards, and each time you play one, it scales. Oh, Is it called Mutilate? I did do one. I don't think the deck... Is that card called Mutilate? I thought it was called something else. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty fun. I did get to play with one of those. It is possible to be infinite. If you manage to get something like 8 Uproars and completely remove all of the cards in your deck, so it's the only card in the deck. See, Kill Cannon, I don't think so. Because it'll only do it from your draw pile, and then it goes to the discard. So I don't think so. I don't think Uproar will play infinitely. Not sure about the name because your game is in French? Ah, sure. I was gonna say like I understand in French, but I don't even know how to say that. I was gonna say yo entiendo. That's not gonna do it. That's a different language. I guess so. So I don't know. Let's try fighting the elite. Chill. Hey, buddy. Ask and you shall receive. So they're hitting for 18 total. I'm gonna cold snap and defend, deciding if I want to do the next defend or just do a strike. Doesn't your discard instantly go back to your draw when it empties and you need to draw a card? Yes, it does. But this doesn't make you need to draw a card. So yeah, it won't go infinite. I'm pretty confident of that. Yeah, let's play the defend. You hate this fight? I don't think this one's too bad. So we can negate this damage entirely with Go for the Eyes. If we do it on this guy, it'll go from 10 to 8. However, if we go for the Eyes here, it'll go from, 3 to 0. And let's do the Uproar here. Oh, it'll choose a new random target, I suppose. Right. Okay. So we're going to take a little bit of damage in this turn, but they're getting pretty low. So we can hotfix Consuming Shadow. That seems pretty good. And we can dual cast the Frost Orb. And then this will go to 12, which will almost kill that guy. So right now we're blocking for 13, but yeah, we need more. Let's do that. Oh, so it did kill that guy. Oh. Well. Alright, so let's... I guess dual cast this orb. Alright, take 7. Come on, just die. Probably Turbo. I like a Turbo. It's a good card. Smokestack and Tesla Coiler. I don't know why. Why would I consider either of those? So it's either Turbo or Skip. I like Turbo. I like the card. But yeah, I agree, Rufin. I like that fight design as well. Alright, what's good here? Glasswork is, interestingly enough, pretty good with consuming shadow. Creating dark orbs that get consumed from the back is bad, but creating glass orbs that get consumed from the back is good. So once consuming shadow is played, then glasswork is a pretty nice AoE attack in addition to just being a block card. Yeah, removing strikes has got to be correct. I agree. Hate is only possible when there's love? Agreed. The opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is indifference. Glasswork card remove. And I might do a flex pot. I feel like another potion for the Lagavulin Matriarch might be a good idea. And a flex pot is actually quite good with the uproars. What is the opposite of hate then? Also indifference? Yeah. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. What is love? All right, let's do the glasswork. Let's put the glass in front of the lightning orb. Hotfix chill dual cast. Glass orbs are meant to be cycled, not to be kept around. What is the opposite of indifference? Do love/hate lie on perpendicular dimensional vectors? Sure. They lie on perpendicular dimensional vectors. Yes. Let's go with that. I think that's actually... I mean, that sounds like a very way convoluted way of saying anything, but I think I agree with it. I think I'd rather have the Radiant Tincture than the Gambler's Brew. And we're probably going to use both of these potions. They're quite good against the Lagavulin Matriarch and with our deck. Deciding if it is worthwhile to add any of these. Synchronize is kind of okay, but not that good. I don't even know what this deck is or where it's going or what it's meant to be. It's probably going to be pretty bad in Act 2, honestly. So I'm kind of worried about it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what. I don't know. Is Synchronize even good? I feel like consuming shadow, getting rid of orbs from the back makes it a little harder to keep things around to make that worthwhile. Kind of same thing with Barrage, and I don't think Momentum Strike's good. I guess this is a skip. Haven't figured out the multicolor orb deck at all? You think it needs more orb slots? I don't think there is really. I don't think you need to think of the idea of multicolor orb deck as being a thing. I think you want to make either decks that focus on orbs or not. I think that's like sort of valid because you have things that play into the effects of the orbs, but I don't think you have to be too particular about which type you're generating, except that you're accomplishing certain goals with them. Haven't found, yeah, okay. That I think is reasonable. Like, if this deck, for example, if instead of consuming shadow, we had, let's say, like darkness, or maybe even fusion, shadow shield, something else, I think it would be pretty reasonable to add that synchronize. All right, let's rest. How do we feel about Scavenge as a card? I don't know that I like it, but I don't know that I hate it. What does it do when upgraded? Just give 3 probably? Yeah. Let's try it. I think it's probably okay to have one of those. Alright, so we're gonna get 3 turns of sleeping, letting us prep. Let's play a Zap. This deck doesn't have a ton of setup to do, so we're happy to wake him up kind of whenever. Her. But not this turn. I'd rather wake her up with an Uproar. Or to at least have Consuming Shadow or... yeah. Well, maybe this is the best turn to wake her up. Let's let her plating go down. Let's wake her up next turn. This is a terrible turn to wake her up. She's gonna wake up next turn either way. Damn. I guess I'm gonna scavenge this strike anyway. This sucks. It's not good. Not good. We at least get a bunch of energy to work with, so that's kind of nice. So let's flex pot. And we're gonna hope this Uproar hits Uproar, which hits Barrage. That's gonna be the dream. Let's see if that happens. Shit. It's not how it went down. Alright, let's get the glass orb there. Let's see, should I dual cast the Dark Orb? Or just Barrage? It does, Consuming Shadow will let them increase their damage before it evokes them. So dual cast right now would do 24, but even if we waited till next turn, it'll do 18. So I guess the answer is Barrage. Could do the Radiant Tincture and play this Uproar instead. Could hit Strike, Cold Snap, or Rocket Punch. Of course it hit the Strike. Okay, put the Glass Orb in back. Yeah, let's keep this Dark Orb in front. So we'll scavenge the spoils map, don't worry. It's still in the deck, it's just not in the hand. So we've lost some strength and dexterity. What will we find with our Uproar? Cold Snap. What will we find with the Rocket Punch? Uproar. Uproar suddenly pretty sad. Uproar suddenly pretty sad. Let's play both defends. We need to find like just dual cast and then we win. So let's Uproar just to hit him with a Go for the Eyes. And it trims the deck a little bit. And he'll die next turn. In fact, he'll die... So interestingly, so what if we didn't draw the dual cast, right? What if we drew these 5? We would have no way of evoking the Dark Orb if we created another orb. So it would be a misplay to play the Zap. If we played the Zap, there is a particular shuffle where we just straight up lose. However, if we don't play the Zap, then this orb will be evoked by our Consuming Shadow, and then we win no matter what. So playing the Zap actually could kill us. In this case, it won't matter. But to illustrate, let's say we didn't have dual cast in our hand, we still win. But if we had the Zap in play, and we didn't have the dual cast, we could lose there. Okay. Rainbow, Super Critical, and Ice Lance. I don't love these cards. Ice Lance would be a cute hit for the Uproar. I guess that's something? What's our upgraded Rainbow? It just gets rid of Exhaust. Yeah. Yeah, I also enjoy Super Critical. But I don't think this deck wants Super Critical. I don't even really like Ice Lance that much, but I think it's okay. Whatever. I don't think it makes the deck worse. Oh, our old friend, the Brightest Flame. Brightest Flame is here. I don't think I've taken this card and lost yet, right? I don't think so. Head through a bunch of question marks. Then we've got a nice choice after this mega node. So then we'll probably want to go to the shop. All right. Yummy Cookie is cute. But let's go to the storybook. Yeah, probably force left for the shop. I agree. It's a good path anyway. Yeah, the cookie is actually a defect. It's very cute. Ice Lance is here. I guess we play the Ice Lance. Do the other characters get a cookie in the shop also? I don't think that that exists for the other characters. And I'm not going to use the Brightest Flame here. We need draw, but not necessarily energy, and we could just still whiff. May end up taking a little bit of damage. Alright, so what could Uproar hit? You could hit Go for the Eyes, Cold Snap, or the Uproars, or the Strike. Don't hit the Strike. Still eventually fizzled on the Strike. So we'll take a little bit of damage. Not too bad. I guess 12 is kind of a lot. Yeah, I think the cookie is specific to defect. I don't think other characters don't get a cookie at all. So would Consuming Shadow be lethal? No, not necessarily. And by not necessarily, I mean not at all. It just isn't. Uproar, hit. Something good. Okay, great. Skip? I think this is a skip. Claw, Cold Snap, Chaos. We don't need these. Get out of here. The Amalgamator. Clang, clang. You hear the echoes of metal upon metal on the other side of a wall. Well, I guess we could remove 2 strikes and add the ultimate strike so that Uproar stops hitting him. Normally I've gone with ultimate defend when I've hit this event, just because, well, all the strikes are targets for removal, but sure. Let's make the ultimate strike. All right, let's grab the 1 uncommon potion. Got ourselves a Radiant Tincture. Generally, I like giving a power Swift 2, but giving Swift 2 to the Consuming Shadow isn't really that good. I'd almost rather give an attack Sharp 2, which is kind of just like upgrading the Uproar. That's a little bit of a feels bad. Whatever. Sometimes we do things that feel a little bit bad. And that's just life. Sometimes that's how life is. Let's play the Uproar instead of the Ice Lance. Let's see what happens. Okay. It's always got to find a strike. And so is it worthwhile to try to get more energy next turn or to play the Cold Snap? I'm going to play the Cold Snap. Only take 7. Okay, we don't want him to keep that. Play the Brightest Flame. I guess dual cast Consuming Shadow. Found all of our block cards on the turn when he's not attacking. And now I notice that as he's attacking, no blocks. However, we can knock him right out of the sky. Give us our glasswork back. Boost away Sweeping Beam, Skim. Skim is here. Do we like Skim? So shit, never gonna steal the card. No, I've had him steal a card I want gone. It's very satisfying on this, you know, on the screen where I already clicked the button, right, to pick it up, but when he takes something that you don't actually want, you just be like, yeah, leave it behind. I like adding Skim with the Brightest Flame in the deck. So let's take that. All right, the Decimillipede. I think we are terrible against this enemy. Very little AoE. Not a good way to get enemies low and not accidentally finish them. Pretty much terrible at this specific fight. And this is going to be very painful and very bad. So let's focus down one with the lowest HP first. Okay. I'm even going to use the Radiant Tincture. Even for just like a 1 energy extra attack. We'll get the energy the next few turns. This is going to be bad. Very painful and very bad. Reminds you of your second marriage. There it is. All right, so we've got Chill. Let's see what Brightest Flame finds. Found our Ice Lance. Rocket Punch, what you got for us? An Uproar. Which can only hit Uproar. But considering we're weak, it's a little disappointing. So they're attacking for what? 16 plus 13. So they're hitting us for 29. Currently blocking for 21. I guess we'll play the Cold Snap. Could also play the Ultimate Strike, I guess, to kill that guy. But if we can leave him alive just on this turn, I think that's fine. Take a little bit of damage just to do that. Alright, so we can dual cast Glasswork and then Scavenge. So that'll kill this guy. And he's still hitting us for... Wow, so many. $16 and 11. This guy will be dead. Why is it so much damage? I might regret this, but I'm gonna get rid of the turbo. So if we skim, then we can play the Uproar and actually hit something. So let's do that. See if this maybe gets a kill. Who knows? Of course it found the regular strike. Of course it would. Kind of want to scavenge. So maybe just Consuming Shadow. God, that's going to be so much damage. Consuming Shadow, scavenge. So much damage. Kind of want to evoke this Glass Orb. So maybe it's Consuming Shadow Zap. Oof. Keep some Dark Orbs around. It's around the time when we want to have them. What is this hand? Oh boy. So if we play the Ice Lance, the back one will die. If we play the Uproar, we'll hit Barrage, Cold Snap, or Rocket Punch. Do have the damage to kill this guy no matter what. Between the Uproar, Ultimate Strike, and Go for the Eyes. Let's see what this hits. Rocket Punch. Okay, which was worthless. Alright, so we'll be able to kill that one. The Dark Orb will kill this one. Hopefully we can kill the middle one next turn then. Should be able to. Yeah, he's dead. As long as we don't play any other cards. Whew. Alright. Tiny Mailbox is back. Whenever we rest, procure a potion. So we add a card, we procure a potion. Seems pretty good. Hologram is here. Hologram can re-grab Brightest Flame, which I think we like. So I'm pretty sure we just take Hologram here. And man, do I want to upgrade Brightest Flame. If we're going to have a downside, let's make the upside better. We can rest at the next campfire. Oh, we're rich! And we gain a Bronze Scales. So we're going to make our way towards that shop with a ton of money. Probably should rest. Right, Entomancer and Infected Prism. Both could be a problem, especially the Entomancer. Infected Prism less so. Entomancer, big problem. Compact. I think we are pretty happy with a Compact. One Compact in the deck, I think, is pretty sweet. Somehow you love Bronze Scales? Nah, that's fair. I think that's reasonable. Alright, this is what we wanted to see. Is Brightest Flame really so good? You're burning your max HP off. Yeah. HP is a resource. I mean, how many fights... A good way of thinking about it, Raywen, is how many fights total are we going to do since picking it up? Not that many, right? 20, 30, somewhere in that range. Even if we play it multiple times, only in elite and boss fights, the benefit is so huge, it prevents us from losing hit points during the fight, which is how we ultimately lose. But also lets us take those fights more cleanly, which lets us fight more elites, lets us do more, difficult things on the map, which actually ultimately gives us more power. I have not lost with it yet. Maybe today's the day, but haven't lost with it yet. All right, so let's do Cold Snap. Actually, let's do Consuming Shadow, Cold Snap, Barrage. That's the order. And could just do Ice Lance, but I want these Dark Orbs to stick around, so let's do Rocket Punch and then probably going to do a Glass Work. Ooh, or the Uproar. So Strike is still in the draw pile. But we've got two other Uproars, Ultimate Strike and Go for the Eyes. Otherwise, could just simply play Glasswork Compact. Yeah, I don't know if that was right, but it's what I did. Okay, so now these uproads are... Oh, they're not even that bad. Man. Have to play the defend. So we can dual cast to strip off his shield and then uproar and then defend. It's kind of a feels bad. So at least it makes it so we don't draw. I was hoping to hit... Man, the uproars have been very disappointing. I mean, Speed Potion feels really stupid here, so I'm not going to do it. May need to do it next turn, though. Oh, not this turn. So let's Brightest Flame to put it in the discard and then skim. So Brightest Flame, and then what do we want to put in the draw pile? Probably the Go for the Eyes. Probably not the Zap. So we Uproar here. I guess knowing that one of the options there could have been the Barrage, at least by the very end, should have played the other ones first. So let's put the Frost Orbs in front, and then the Lightning Orb in back, which will get evoked by Consuming Shadow. And hopefully we just kill him this turn. Kinda need to. So could hologram a turbo to make Rocket Punch free, but honestly, I kind of feel like we might die if we don't hologram Brightest Flame, so probably we'll just Brightest Flame first and see what we draw. Yeah, gonna hologram Brightest Flame. Play that again. Can hotfix. See what Rocket Punch finds. Found the Ice Lance, so we should be able to kill him. Yeah, -2 max HP. That's alright. Better than dead. Helix Drill is here. We don't have any strength scaling. We do have ways of like generating energy, of course, with like Brightest Flame and stuff. Helix Drill, I think, is only good if you can make it deal more damage and deal more damage more times, right? You need the sort of multiplicative relationship of both of those to apply to make it worth your while. I don't think it's good if you can only satisfy one of those two conditions. We could grab another Uproar. The more Uproars, the more the first Uproar just hits all the Uproars in a chain. And then the Uproars are out of the draw pile, so it's not like it gets in the way. So, you said Kappa, but I think the answer is just another Uproar. Alright, let's rest. And I think skip here. Explosive Ampule. Nah, we're gonna leave these potions as is. Let's go shopping. We're rich. And what do we see? Kind of some junk. This is not a very good shop. I like Jackpot. Card remove, bag of marbles, jackpot, skim. Card remove for sure. The strike's gotta go. Oops. So Jackpot will give us cards from among these. It's a pretty nice list, actually. Let's grab it. Let's grab the bag of marbles. A skim and a turbo. And I think we move on. I was thinking about the feral, but I don't think so. Alright, let's chill. And play an Uproar. Okay, so if we play the Zap, take 4. Okay, I guess I'll just play the Jackpot. Like a pleb. Do I leave that super critical? I guess. Skim and see what we find. Alright, so we can hologram back that super critical. Or actually, I guess is the turbo's kind of the same thing, practically. Barrage Consuming Shadow. Does that get us there damage-wise? No, I don't think so. Yes. Yes, it will. All right, Uproar. Hit our Ice Lance. Blap. Yeah, he gets stunned. He gets stunned. Another turbo, cool-headed hotfix. I guess I did add 2 skims. Maybe that makes another turbo okay. It does say plus next to it. And let's replace the Swift Pot with a Skill Pot. And I guess I'm gonna rest again. Explosive Ampule? No. Does the deck even want to add Rainbow? Not really. I'd almost rather add Lightning Rod. And even that's maybe not good enough to make the cut. I think I'm just gonna skip. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, seems like a skip. Seems like a skip. We will probably use the Focus Pot. So may as well just go ahead and do that now. Play our chill. Play an Uproar. Cool. Actually, pretty good initial volley of damage. One of those was pen nibbed. Really hoping we would hit Jackpot. I like that that gets played with the Uproars. It's very thematic. The Skill Pot probably will get played, but I'm going to play it on a turn when he's attacking, since a lot of the skills are block cards after all. Probably not this turn. Well, maybe so. We're only blocking for 11 here, 11 plus 8. So blocking for 19, so we would take 5. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I'm okay with that. Alright, let's play the Brightest Flame. Here's our Jackpot. Do need to play some other cards first, just to make room. At least one other card. Alright, go for the eyes. We like modded. We like going for his eyes again. And this is kind of a bad draw, so might just reboot. Could skim into it and play the turbos, assuming we find them. Let's just reboot. I'd really like to play this Consuming Shadow. Let's see if the Skill Pot lets us do that. No. But it will let us play a Fusion. Okay. Alright, let's play the modded. Hologram is here. Which would let us do what? Go for his eyes multiple times? Could grab any one cost card as well. Like Cold Snap or something. Which is maybe reasonable. It is our pen nib turn, so like maybe we'd rather hit something different than the go for the eyes, but let's go for the eyes and then Scavenge the Void. Or whatever, I mean, that doesn't matter. They're all ethereal, but... Alright, found a skim. Okay, let's hotfix, and then... What could Uproar hit? A bunch of Uproars, Rocket Punch, Jackpot. Hey, that's all good stuff. Helix Drill. Multiple Helix Drills. So then we play the Ice Lance and the Helix Drills. I guess Barrage is more damage, huh? Barrage, Ultimate Strike. Yeah, okay. Good damage. Yeah, the lightning run yesterday while I explored Focus, that was really fun. The run yesterday was fun, Trash Comps. I agree. Okay, so Uproar would only hit Uproar. Man, these turbos always at the back. Uproar would hit Uproar, Rocket Punch would be doubled. So we would do 20 total from Uproar, 26 from the Rocket Punch. Gets him pretty close to lethal. And we're also almost dead. If Rocket Punch finds Brightest Flame, we're rocking and rolling. I feel like we need to play that Rocket Punch though. And then we need to find either Skim or Brightest Flame. So let's play it first and hope we don't hit the Uproar. That would be sad. It's Zap. No, let's Uproar the Uproar. Then end turn. Take a bunch of damage. Alright, so we have to get to our Brightest Flame. Very unfortunate that this has been on the bottom of the draw pile each time. Let's play the Glasswork. Jackpot. Jackpot. Got him. Knowledge Demon. More like Knowledge Deadmon. I'll sign autographs later. Okay. Trash to Treasure. We've got a few turbos. Could make that okay. Reboot is probably fine, actually, in the deck as is. Could be, you know, there's not like powers we need to find or anything like that. We don't need to like cycle through the deck looking for anything specifically to like get into play. Multicast I think is probably not too good here, but not terrible with the turbos and such. None of these are all that exciting, but none of them are really all that bad. Let's go Trash to Treasure. I think that's cute. It's cute. Uproar looking a lot better than you thought. You just got to go more Uproars. You got to Uproar your Uproar so you can Uproar your Uproar. All right. Tank's Whistle. Now, I've not taken this card yet, but you know what makes this good? Uproar. Rocket Punch is kind of sad without making status cards. Yeah, it is a little bit. It is a little bit. Multicast feels hard to justify in a lot more decks instead of Spire 2. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Yeah, the stun is pretty solid. You can never have too many weapons. Spiked Gauntlets is not bad. We only have 2 powers. We don't care about them that much. Try Boomerang, choose 3 attacks in your deck. Enchant them with Instinct, making them cost 1 less. Yeah. Yeah, energy is very good, but I'm going to try Tank's Whistle. I've actually not picked this option yet. Hopefully we can find the event where you get to remove exhaust from something. Wouldn't that be cute? All right, so I'm always looking for, if possible, an end of act shop to kind of make sure that's an option. This feels sketch as hell, but not totally unreasonable. Could also do something like this. Right, we've got a few different ways that could go. You were surprisingly not disappointed by Tank's whistle? Yeah, I'm not too surprised by that. Can also skip this elite, then just go this way. Now I'm gonna go this way. Fewer hallway fights. Yeah, left seems safer, exactly. Moy, I guess skim. This is a feels bad opening hand. It didn't get better. Wow. That's a terrible thing for Skim to find. God. I mean, so if dual cast hits, nah, I mean it's only gonna do 16 damage. So cold snap, most it'll do is 9. So I guess I'm just gonna consuming shadow, and then lose max HP. Thanks, Anchor, I guess. Consuming Shadow will make Permafrost make it so this guy doesn't do damage at least. So we'll lose 2 max HP here. Maybe better was still Trash to Treasure and Cold Snap, but... Found our whistle. We're gonna start with an uproar, but we've got the turbos to make the whistle happen. Though, we still get the whistle. So this guy's gonna die from the orb. And I think this is a skip. I don't care about these. No offense, but you look due for a haircut, pal. Okay, a little rude. And do we want any of these, like, fake relics? Blood Vial question mark would give us what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hit points by the end of the run, at least. Probably not quite worth. Orichalcum? Venerable T-Set? This one is actually not bad. Especially if you had like Bag of Prep. But I think I'm gonna skip. Save our gold. Alright, Scavenge is removed from the deck. Sure. Goodbye, Scavenge. It wasn't ever really doing that much for us anyway. Okay, let's see what Rocket Punch finds. Or maybe not. Maybe just go for the Eyes of the Bat Guy, Glasswork, Defend, Barrage. I think so. Pop, pop. Yeah, get Thorns. Chill Ice Lance should be full block here. It's got to be close. It's a little ways off. Still taking 5. All right, Uproar, what you got for us? Just a Cold Snap? Try again, what you got for us? There it is. Uproar the Uproar. Skip? Skip. Let's upgrade something. There's got to be something worth upgrading. What does this do? 44 damage? Okay. Treasure becomes innate. Jackpot Plus. This feels like a really good upgrade. Adding 0 cost cards to your hand is fine, but adding upgraded 0 cost cards to your hand, much better. Probably should skip this elite. Even though the hallway fights, again, they're practically elite sometimes. Last time you got that event, it tried to take your only Envenom from your Poison Shiv deck. The game can be cruel. Well, we found all our defends. No, now we found all our defends. Ooh. Shit. See what Uproar finds. Rocket Punch. Let's see what this Uproar finds. Go for the eyes. Where's our jackpot? Let's do Consuming Shadow. This is not good. Let's play our whistle. Flap. Keep this Dark Orb around. Alright, jackpot. Okay. Let's try that jackpot again. Jackpot. Okay. What a mess of a fight. Boost away plus? Innate trash to treasure seems handy. I agree. I agree with that. I think it's okay. Meat on the bone. Good. Aha. So we found a shop too early. You do have a severe lack of block? You know, let's not worry about that. Beating Remnant. You cannot lose more than 20 HP in a single turn. I have not taken this yet. I don't know that I will, but, you know. Orrery is here, and Orrery is good. Data Disk is, of course, also very good. Does this deck stand any chance against the Act bosses? In its current state? No? So I see a couple different ways we could do this. Keeping in mind there is another shop. So honestly, Data Disk Capacitor, not terrible. Could just do that. We are generating frost orbs with the ice lands, and those do stick around for a persistent block that'll let us at least slowly whittle down the enemy while hopefully not dying. I normally like grabbing an orrery, but I think I like that plan a little bit better. Assuming we even live through this fight, right? I mean, this one can be brutal. But if our uproar just hits uproar, hits uproar, hits uproar, hits jackpot, and then they all die because of the things we find, which let us pull back up more uproars or something, who knows? Let's just play this and then we'll just be rewarded and probably kill the Spectral Knight first. Okay, that works for me. We can use the ice lands to kill the front guy. So we have 4, 6, 9. So then we can ice lands like maybe Spectral Knight. And then maybe just play a zap. All right. Brightest Flame is here. Love ourselves a good Brightest Flame. Uproar, what you got for us? Just a little Cold Snap, not bad. Fine with that. Let's play the Brightest Flame. And play the Rocket Punch. And let's keep the boost away in the deck. Let the defense fade away. Just kidding, he died so they get to stick around. So let's see, what would our uproars find? Could find our whistle. 50-50 shot of finding the whistle or the barrage. Even if we find the barrage, actually no, we're guaranteed to find the whistle because we can do it again. Yo dog, I heard you liked uproar. Recently, you've enjoyed focusing down the back knight most of the time. Losing your upgrades hurts a lot and getting ethereals into back. Depends on the deck. And also that back knight, the Magi Knight, once, so the turn after upgrades are no more, does like a self shield and then hits you for like 40. The attack is massive and a big problem. Yeah, 45? Okay, 45. So I agree that attacking that knight in the back, she can be a real pain. Speaking of a real pain, Scrolls of Biting. I think it's worth doing the Uproar. Okay. Gonna lose a tiny bit of max HP, I guess. Not what I wanted it to hit. Shit. I hate this fight. Yeah, I think probably Skill Pot. Yeah, Shadow Shield's fine. Yeah, in fact, we can do like that. Oh, wait. My math is off a little bit. I thought that was just barely full blocking, and it was definitely not. And I think this is a skip, though honorable mention for the cold snap. Well, I don't know. Excuse me, cool-headed, not cold snap. Nah, deck's okay without it. Iteration seems kind of good. I'm pretty happy to add an iteration to the deck. No, maybe not. It's not bad. I'm okay adding it, I'm okay not adding it. Yeah, I could buy a potion instead. But realistically, we're gonna rest before the final fights anyway, so this potion slot will get filled. Because we've got a tiny mailbox. I'm gonna grab the iteration. I think we are gonna shuffle in both of those fights, so. Alright, let's start with an uproar, see what we hit. Fun. Here's our whistle. What can uproar hit now? Uproar, uproar, jackpot, cold snap. Someday. Sun goes to your artifact. Wow, I didn't give guts to test that. Oh, I was going on the assumption that it would, but you know. So we'll probably hologram the brightest flame, but let's see what uproar hits here first. Jackpot, my beloved. It just occurred to you that skim plus turbo plus compact could go infinite? Uh-huh. So let's do trash to treasure for when we play these status creators. Horn Cleat doing some good work for us here. And I suppose maybe do need the iteration in play. So I guess we just don't play the capacitor. Oh, was that our first turn actually? Hold up. Was that? Yeah, that was first turn. Never mind. All right, jackpot. Interesting. We can reboot. Do we want to reboot? Yeah, we're okay rebooting. We've booted again. Hotfix. Barrage, let's skim. Turbo, because we're going to play our capacitor. Let's skim. Oh. Boost away to generate orbs, but... yeah. Alright, feeling pretty good about the way the hand looks right now. Well, that was a little better a moment ago. So, Uproar to just go through Uproars, I suppose. Or Rocket Punch. Jackpot, no! Alright, so he's going to do his big swing here. Uproar will find Uproar and then or go for the eyes. So we will be able to make him weak. Guaranteed. I suppose we just do that. So not taking too much here. Could be worse. We're just getting meat on the bone value. It's all part of the plan. Alright, let's just create a bunch of junk. And kill him. Pocket Watch. Pocket Watch. Pocket Watch. Alright. Pocket Watch could be something that is still useful even in the final fight, even with a fully formed deck. Charge Battery Plus or just skip? I think just skip. And we're going to rest here. Focus Potion. Smokestack. I think we've added enough junk. Maybe we like a smokestack. Okay. So, is this fight, or is the queen the more difficult of the two? I don't know. Probably the queen. I'm deciding whether to use the focus potion. I think I don't use it here. I think the queen is actually going to be more difficult. So let's get a big old uproar and wreck this guy. We're going to uproar, 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 jackpot. Whistle. Whistle. So not playing the iteration on our first draw. So let's play this uproar. Which plays uproar, which plays jackpot, which fizzles because it has no target. Sad. Thanks, Pocket Watch. So we chill and then skim, see what we draw. Unfortunately, we saw all our turbos early on. Could still hologram a turbo. And do still have Brightest Flame. I see. So if we were to play Uproar, it could hit Go for the Eyes, Ultimate Strike, Uproar, Barrage. That's not as appealing. Are you winning, Slurgy? We'll see. So Consuming Shadow will evoke one Frost Orb, making the block a little bit better. And then that will at least let Pocket Watch proc next turn. We'd also get the extra 6 block from Permafrost. Take a couple wounds, sure. Alright, so let's do our smokestack. Hotfix, go for the eyes. Play the brightest flame. So now we can hologram something. So it could just be brightest flame. It could also be jackpot or trash to treasure. And I don't think that would be bad. I kind of like jackpot. Helix drill. Gonna be able to do a lot of damage to him. The ultimate strike is there in the draw pile. Pop, 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 pop. Alright. See you later, nerd. Alright, let's see what we draw. We can maybe work with this. So Turbo is here, that's good. We can compact away one of these wounds. Can Uproar. And what would Uproar hit? Could hit a Go for the Eyes, that's what we want it to hit. Could hit Jackpot. If it hits Jackpot, we need to get rid of a Turbo first, so let's do that. Go for the Eyes, that works for me. So then let's do a compact. Let's draw a card. Hotfix, that's great. So, Iceland's glass works because we actually want the glass in the back because of Consuming Shadow. Although I suppose that's not even really true at the moment. Because he's intangible. So actually maybe it's Glassworks, Iceland's Helix Drill. And that's looking like some pretty good block. Alright, so finally gonna get Trash to Treasure in play. Kind of a long time coming. Let's Uproar, see what happens. It's a jackpot! You love to see it. Claw has arrived. Oof. Oof. I have to get Iteration in play. I guess this could be an okay draw next turn. With Iteration in play, it's guaranteed to be a good draw. Almost. Actually, it is guaranteed because of Pocket Watch. Okay, so we're gonna actually get a full hand. All right. He's created some burns. So let's go for his eyes. Play the Uproar. Hit Ultimate Strike right away? That's kind of too bad. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 energy. So let's play one of the turbos. Could consider playing a Clarity Extract. But taking a little bit of damage here maybe is fine. Clarity Extract may be necessary for fighting the queen. Oh, God. We're just gonna hit jackpot and it'll be great. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Does hotfix get us there? Oh, sorry. Just barely not because of the burn. But the defend would get us there? Oh my god. So what could Uproar hit? Total targets in the pool. Claw, Go for the Eyes, Uproar, Ice Lance, Jackpot. There's only one bad hit and that's Claw. Anything else that it hits is a positive result. All right. Okay. Helix Drill? Was Helix Drill in there too? Oh, shit. Yes. Yeah, it also could have hit Helix Drill. All right. Have to kill him on this turn. Seriously. No! Oh, shit. Can't play the compact. Oh, shit. Hit the void without a turbo. Okay, well, let's see what our jackpot ends up being. Maybe we should play the Ice Lands earlier, actually, so that those Frost Orbs get evoked when we're generating stuff. Okay. Got an Overclock. Found a hotfix. That number's too big, isn't it? 17 times 3 is kind of a big number, isn't it? What's that, 51? Uproar. You're better than this. My god. Compact. Help us. Compact, please. This doesn't bode well for the queen fight, though. Oh boy. All right. Pocket Watch could go hard here, though. But was it really a win? Yeah. Victory, question mark? Okay, I think iteration, cold snap, defend. Actually, just iteration cold snap is already good enough because of permafrost. Doesn't hurt to play the defend, but it's not necessary, so I won't. Chains of Binding, but we have the power of the pocket watch. All right, Trash to Treasure, Hotfix, Uproar. Can still play the Turbo Skim, and will. Okay. Dual cast Glasswork. Let's save our pen nib here. Played 8 cards here, so like, you know. Uproar, hit something good. Otherwise we're dead? Let's not think about that. Yes. Jackpot. Might still not. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Skim. Whistle. Brightest Flame. Now, I might want to keep the Whistle. We're going to avoid playing the Whistle if we can. This is Brightest Flame and see what we get. Okay, Capacitor seems good. Boost Away gave us a Dark Orb. Yeah, I might just need to play the Whistle. I don't like our draw next turn. It's really pretty bad, isn't it? There's no way to fix that. I'm gonna play Turbo to generate an orb. So is it required to play the Whistle on the Torchhead Amalgam? I guess kind of yes. This is not good. Maybe dead? Chills, Smokestack, Zap. I mean, that's the only cards we have. And that might just be dead. I'm not sure. Yeah. Surprise Lizard Tail? Nah. No Surprise Lizard Tail. Damn. That was a fun run, though. That was scrappy. From start to finish. That was just pure scrappy, crappy defect. That was kind of Spire at its peak. Didn't have like a super cohesive package, just had like a handful of really good cards, but nothing like totally cohesive that worked together. Had some pretty bad draw orders too. There were a lot of shuffles where all of our turbos were at the very back of the deck, which is not where you want them. You like the Uproar idea? I've never done that before. I saw the potential, like I've seen that it is possible just from looking at the card. It did better than I thought it would. It's pretty necessary to get rid of the strikes. I feel like it even whiffed probably more than average, but maybe that's just, you know, a cognitive bias of noticing the unlikely but unfortunate result over the unlikely but fortunate. Wonder if the uproar stuff would be good with reprogram. Yeah, so the new card, I think it would be, because it also does hit twice. And the card I think you're thinking of, it's not reprogramming anymore, it's bulk up. But I think it would be. Jackpot was both good and bad with uproar. Yeah, it had some of both. That was still a fun run though. I really like that one. Defect is just so much fun right now. He just really is. I love this little robot. He is, like, I feel like the Necrobinder runs that I was doing, even though I achieved more success with Necrobinder, it never felt like my decisions were as interesting. Like, it feels a little bit solved. Defect still feels like Wild West to me. I'm loving the design of Defect. The bits of Ironclad, Silent, and Regent I've played have not left a positive taste in my mouth, but Defect has been awesome. So I'm just gonna run it again. Just gonna run it again. 1 and 2. So not, you know, not doing the best, but that's all right. We're doing some experimental stuff too. With the uproars and stuff. Not that I'm not still trying to win, but you know, within the bounds of exploring new spaces as well. Silent feels overpowered right now. So Regent feels just dumb. And the reason is that if I ever find, let me find it. Let's see. Charge and alignment, I've already won. It's just dumb. Because then you pick up glow at common and just win. You just create an infinite between alignment and glow. Generate an infinite amount of energy and stars. And then pick your finisher. It really doesn't matter. There's a bunch of cards that can all be used. Stardust, Radiate, Lunar Blast. These 3 examples all right in a row. Can all just be the finisher. But there are many others. There's other ways to do it. And even if you don't get one of those finishers, you can still even just do like a regular strike with it. It's just painful. Regent feels like a really huge problem right now. Okay, so we are forced into an early shop here. Not necessarily a bad thing. There's a pretty interesting route here, right? Then we have choices all throughout this area, and then choices to the end. Seems all kind of good. You haven't really looked for infinites because you don't like playing them? Oh, I hate them. But the problem with infinites is that it becomes a very blurry line between combo and infinite, right? Because the combos lead to infinites, but the combos are things you're always just going to naturally try to do. And as soon as you realize you're accidentally infinite, it's like, oh, okay, I just comboed too hard. I'm going to do the precarious shears here. Removing 2 strikes, I think is totally valid on Defect because we've got plenty of damage just with Zap and Dual Cast. And then we can pick up something from the shop. Have learned from a previous fight not to do strike there. Should do the Dual Cast. And I think that remains true. Let's full block here. I still believe in our ability to kill him before he's able to do damage. I used to. So we take 3. Hologram has more long-term potential, but I think Cool Edit is better right now. Leap is also okay. but I like cool-headed. Let's transform. Let's transform strike into lightning rod. All right. Yeah. Great. Ha ha. In all seriousness, I'm gonna throw out an actual thought using my brain. We did get rid of every single strike except for one. So like if we can just add uproars, like, you know, it's not that ridiculous to just grab uproar here. This is a better start for it than the last run. And we can rely on uproar as our upfront damage. And then we can have like one payoff card. Jackpot, Ice Lance, whatever. And uproar is like Seek, but for that one specific card. I actually don't think that's unreasonable. Genuinely, truly. So I'm gonna go with uproar. And how absurd would capacitor be with a cool-headed and a lightning rod being grabbed already? So uproar, and then as many uproars as we can find to be front-loaded damage. And then we just do classic defect stuff for orb scaling, where capacitor helps us get there. It's kind of a bad card right now. It's a little bit of a slime. It's probably too long-term thinking. All right, we can get rid of our last strike. It has now become Toric Toughness. So Toric Toughness or the Uproar, we're gonna do the Lightning Rod. Floor 5, no strikes left. I know, right? I think it's Lightning Rod and Toric Toughness. Capacitor Zap Defend. Maybe shouldn't have even played the Capacitor, I don't know. Toric Toughness Defend. Plap, 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 plap. Just a tiny little robot. Just a tiny little robot. Okay. Hotfix? Hotfix seems really good here. Seems very good. Worries about this lead is the the affected guy would be an absolute nightmare for this deck. We don't have to fight an elite right now. Probably shouldn't, but I agree. If we were to face the infected boy, we would fall apart. It would not be good. I feel like that elite is overtuned even when you have AoE. Even when you have status clearing, if you just draw it wrong. That elite is just insane. So what's the upgrade here? Probably Toric Toughness. Bringing this up to 7 is a pretty good, feels good upgrade. It's a less exciting card down the line, but I think it's good for now. So I'm gonna skip that elite. We'll take 1 here, and then no more for the rest of the fight. Oh, let's play the capacitor, sure. And do we have lethal 10 plus 9? No, actually. Now we do. Uproar. Yo, dog. Heard you liked Uproar. And let's go through question mark instead of the campfire. Yeah. That is not what we wanted. Hologram's already okay. Able to grab hotfix. Or replay torque toughness, I guess. I think it makes the deck better. Permafrost. We don't have any powers. Oh yeah, we do. Capacitor. Right. We do have a power. So let's upgrade something. Boy. Maybe hotfix? Maybe hologram? Maybe hologram. Let's add 2 of 8 random common cards. One of them is Uproar. And it's either Turbo or Lightning Rod here. I think the deck is ready for a Turbo. Just a little nibble of cheese. And let's go through the question marks into the Elite. Alright, so we're going to Uproar, which will cause an Uproar, which will cause an Uproar. And unfortunately, not going to be able to play the Torque Toughness, but that's fine. Alright, so let's Lightning Rod and Hologram Torque Toughness and play it with the Turbo. I guess. Could also just play the Lightning Rod again. It just increases the time that it's generating lightning. It won't generate 2. I'm gonna do the Torque Toughness. Alright, so it's a lot of damage. Let's play the Cool Headed and see what we draw. Alright, let's just play the block cards. We got slimed a little. Unfortunately found 2 Uproars. And a Void. Gross. There's nothing really good to hologram here. Not really. The one that's kind of appealing is actually Cool Headed, to see if we find either Turbo or Hotfix. And then we invoke a Lightning Orb. Which, I don't know. Maybe it's better to just kill Leaf Slime. Take 4. Alright, so he's dead. And we were going to full block anyway. Synthesis Tempest Turbo. Tempest looking kind of okay. Turbo also okay. I'd grab another turbo. Aha! A self-help book. Top 3 ways to conquer the Spire. We could give our Toric Toughness Nimble 2. That feels like a pretty good choice. Makes it block better, longer, harder, faster, stronger. All right. Probably going to use the attack pod on this turn, so I'm going to dual cast, play the attack potion. Well, we're going to play the attack. We're going to use the attack potion, see what our options are. All right, refract. This will be the highest damage possible attack. So we're going to do refract, but the order here matters. We're going to do dual cast first, making him a little slow. Uproar, which will uproar, which will uproar. Then our refract. Damn, what a great start against the Bygone Effigy. Of course, we don't have much damage in the deck, so he's still going to wake up. But that's a great start. All right, so we've got our turbo here. I mean, we're going to play it. And then we could hologram back the Toric Toughness and play it again, which is awfully good. And damn, that's a lot of block for future turns too. Right? I mean, if we're already set up to take just a pittance, a tiny... What is this? Why are all our uproars here? That's actually bad. So I guess uproar will hit refract. So maybe that's not so bad. I guess he's just dead. So I don't know why I complained. The game was like, hey, here's many ways of killing. Take your pick. And I was like, I don't want one. I think one compact is kind of hard to go wrong, especially once you start adding any statuses. Not going to do us any good against the Ceremonial Beast. In fact, I'm a little bit worried about this deck against the Ceremonial Beast. I think we need to rest. And I think this deck may struggle. Good opener. Uproar Lightning Rod. We're gonna need to get more orbs in play. Alright, let's hotfix and cool-headed, which we can use to grab a turbo if we want. Because we're going to play the Toric Toughness. So maybe don't even want to put that in the draw pile. Now let's do our trio of uproars. Okay. Thank you, Permafrost. Really need more lightning out. Really wish we were able to hologram a lightning rod at some point. Just wasn't meant to be, huh? I could hologram up a void just to compact it. Honestly, I think I will. Right, we don't want to draw it later. And he's already going to get stunned. So that's already happening, regardless of whether we dual cast, so may as well make it a little more potent. Alright, so he's going to debuff us, making it so that we are resonant and only able to play one card. So let's do Toric Toughness and Lightning Rod. Or Ringing? I think Ringing. Is that what it's called? Yeah, Ringing. Only able to play one card. Probably the Lightning Rod. I think we want to just keep generating more lightning orbs. We don't want the lightning orb generation to stop. All of our uproars are at the end of the deck. That's bad. So are the turbos. Good lord. Shuffler? Judge? Okay. I guess let's... I'm either going to cool-head it and see what we draw, because there's a lot of potential options for cards we want to play, or maybe it's better to just hologram the hotfix and play the Toric Toughness. Maybe that's better. We do have the energy potion. Do I think it would ever be necessary to play the Toric Toughness twice here? Again, keeping in mind that we're gonna get hit real hard next turn and our draw is just garbage. Like, hot garbage. We have quite a bit of hit points to get through still. I think doing the Toric Toughness and doing it again, even though it's overkill on this turn, will make the next two turns much smoother. Okay, so that's this draw. Yeah, we're gonna play the Uproar. I don't know if this will invoke another Uproar. I'm blocked by Ringing. Okay. So it only played one? Yeah, okay. So let's do Cool-Headed. Definitely play the Toric Toughness, and then let's block more. And should be able to kill him on this turn, right? Hotfix, hologram the hotfix. And he's dead. The ceremonial beast has fallen. Alright. Modded genetic algorithm Hyper Beam. Probably just genetic algorithm. Yeah. Act 2, The Hive. I've been holding on to your friends, never mind. All right. Calling Bell, Runic Pyramid, or Biased Cog. Oh my god. Biased Cog. A Biased Cognition. I don't think I've had a chance to play with this yet. Oh, it comes upgraded? They give us the upgraded version? I mean, it's got to be Biased Cog, right? It's got to be Biased Cog. Seems pretty biased of you. It does. Pyramid is cute and cool and fun, and we like pyramids, but we're biased. All right, happy to go up through this way. Can decide if we want to fight an elite or not. I see a decent path there through to the end. All right, let's go this way. Ugh, exoskeletons. Let's uproar, 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 uproar. Okay. Pyramid seems bad for this deck. I don't think it does much for the deck, I agree. So unfortunately going to take 9 here. Don't love that. And let's hologram back the lightning rod. Just keep playing blocks. Let's get our genetic algorithm played. And capacitor may as well. Because we're going to do biased cog here. Look at these orbs. They're going to die by the orbs. Biased cog. Does compact work on curses? No, it's only statuses. Very specifically has to be a status. I think I'm going to skip here. Maybe charged battery would be reasonable. But I'm going to skip. Oh my. Pink, red, or orange? So Regent feels like kind of a bad choice because so much of Regent is like doing things with the stars and you need both sides to align. Also some stuff with colorless cards, but I don't know that any of that, I don't know that there is enough of that to be worthwhile. I don't know, maybe. Ironclad cards, maybe. Necrobinder cards, there are some. Right, I mean, the problem with the Ironclad is a lot of them are just like attacks. And maybe that's okay, right? One big attack that could be the target of our uproars would be good. But Necrobinder has those as well, and I'm pretty sure Regent does too. Cloud strength scaling could be nice. It could be. There's some pretty juicy stuff here with Necrobinder though. Like Neurosurge, Domain, Transfigure. Most likely ending up with Bloat in any case. Maybe. I mean, you don't have to add them. You can always skip. So one cute thing, though, is that even if we ended up with a big attack from the Regent, so for example, let's say it were, I don't know, Bombardment or whatever, we still can play this with Uproar. Actually, a better example would be Comet, right? Uproar can still play this card because it just plays it. It doesn't care about the cost. I don't know that there's that many cards here we want still. I think it's probably the Necrobinder, and that could be just my bias because I've played more Necrobinder than the other two. But it feels like it has the better cards for us. All right, these are not very good. Not too interested in any of these. These are not very good. These are like very Doom package focused, which is too bad. Banshee's Cry is probably pretty good though. You may be thinking, Slurgy, you don't have any ethereal cards. I don't give a shit. That's not what this is about. We play one Uproar, and we play Banshee. Guaranteed. Because we have no other attacks in the deck. So a 33 damage to all enemies, that's pretty nice. Now Transfigure is also something that could be really good. We could give replay to Biased Cog or Genetic Algorithm. But this requires setup, and this is just immediate payoff. So I think it's just going to be the Banshee's Cry, and the rest of these are all a skip. That's good front-loaded damage. That's good clean living. All right, what do we think about this shop? Dark Shackles is okay. Dark Shackles card remove. Take out a defend. We need more orb generation. Maybe Dark Shackles, I don't know. Lots of enemies have Artifact. We don't have any way of stripping Artifact. And we don't have like Go for the Eyes or anything. And we're not gonna pick up any Go for the Eyes. Maybe that makes the Dark Shackles not worth grabbing. Maybe it's just card remove? Thunder is still probably pretty okay, but we need more sources of lightning quite badly. Thunder with the Frostbite is nice. Oh, with the Permafrost with the Relic? Yeah. Now, kind of a disappointing shop, I guess, a little bit. I'm going to do card remove. We're just going to remove a defend. No, I don't want these. I don't want any of these. I actively don't want to add these. Can I skip? Would you like any tips on exterminating these pests? How polite, you nod and accept his offer? What if I decline? I would like to decline. I'll go with Squash, but I'd like to decline. All right, I'm gonna go around this first elite. Entomancer is a big problem for us. So we're just gonna not fight Entomancer. It'll just be someone else. You're forced to be polite, Slurgy? What if I don't wanna be? All right, we got our Joss paper. All right, so if we Uproar, we're gonna do a lot of damage to him. No, because we got that. I'm already mad at that. I'm already mad at the Exterminator and being polite. Maybe should have done Toric Toughness anyway. Okay, now. Get out of here. Give me my compact back. I wonder if it's better to just skip the elite. Again, we're fighting against everything except Entomancer. And we're gonna fight one elite, and we're just gonna hope it's not Entomancer. All right, Banshee's Cry, you're in the wrong spot. We're playing a Cascade deck. We're doing some stuff. There's some uproaring going on. All right, Biased Cog, where are you? Maybe Hologram Toric Toughness. Biased Cog is here. So compact, squash, Biased Cog. Thanks, turbos. So now we're just gonna kill him. Watch this. No, Banshee's Cry. Why are you here? Get out of here. You're not bad Banshee's Cry. All right, Uproar will hit Uproar into Squash. Let's do Lightning Rod. So we have 18 damage from the orbs. Jesus. All right, at least make him vulnerable, I guess. All right, and he's dead. But I'm mad about it. Let the record officially reflect. I'm angry with the way that fight went. Another cool-headed could be okay. We need more orb generation. We need more sources of lightning generation. Or something. Glass, dark, who cares? And with all the turbos in the deck, let's grab a cool-headed. I think that's fine. A Ripple Basin. Nice. We gotta find a Meteor Strike stat. Well, we found a Banshee's Cry instead, but yeah, that would work too. All right, Anchor with 3 question marks. Honestly, great. Fake Anchor is still good. Even Sad Happy Flower, not bad. Snecko Eye? But it's bad Snecko Eye. We don't want this. Without drawing extra cards? I don't think so. It could still be good Snecko Eye? I don't think so. I like his lava lamp. Now we got another shop coming up. All right, don't be Entomancer. Okay. Banshee's Cry, get out of here. Fine, I'll just make you free. Turbos, why are you here? Deck, you're shuffling like shit. All right, really need to play the Lightning Rod. So let's do our Uproar. Good. Get wrecked. So if I'm going to play the cool-headed, I do it now. No, I'm going to do the Lightning Rod genetic algorithm. We need to get Biased Cog in play. And there you are. We could bring back up Banshee's Cry. Probably should do that. It's a lot of damage. Plap. And we'll play the capacitor. And what order? Let's do cool-headed first. Oh, I should have done dual cast before Zap. It's not gonna matter. He's probably gonna die here real soon. Hopefully next turn. All right. Squash, uproar, Banshee's Cry. All right, fine, fine, fine. Another hotfix would be pretty okay. This turbo says plus on it. We need more card draw. Yeah, we need more card draw. But this turbo does say plus on it. Might be wrong. Alright, let's upgrade this Banshee's Cry. We're pretty reliably going to hit it. No card draw here. Storm is here, which I guess generates lightning orbs. But card remove is more important, and I'm gonna card remove for Squash. Boot is here? Is this considered boot? Watch you draw a first round on every boss fight from now on? Yeah, we might. I mean, the thing is like, hitting the Squash isn't even that bad. But it's a bit of a buzzkill. It ruins our uproar. Uproarity. I'm getting rid of it. Where the hell is it? There it is. And I'm gonna buy a flex potion for the boss here. Yeah, we don't want to accidentally fight Entomancer. Ah. This person looks like bad news, but maybe it's not good to be too judgy. So this gives you the like historian event in the next act where you replay the first card you play in your turn. Is it the first card or first? I think it's a first attack or skill. Or maybe it's you play. Yeah, is it you replay the first or you replay the last? And I think it's attack or skill. My memory on this is obviously very vague. I got it once and it was kind of early on. But just 100 gold is 100 gold. But let's try fighting him to obtain the key. That sounds like it might be pretty good for our deck. And let's actually grab the void just to get rid of it. Mysterious Knight. So gonna take a little bit of damage here. Take 13. No! Ripple Basin. Biased Cog. My beloved. And we don't need to play this cool-headed. The Mysterious Knight is dead. Lantern Key. Oh, we have to add that to our deck? I guess that's kind of bad. Smokestack or White Noise? I'm okay with White Noise. And I would like to try not resting. So what would I upgrade here? I wish this made Lightning Rod last longer. Maybe Compact Plus? Cool-Headed's a pretty good choice. One of the Cool-Headeds. We need more card draw. I was thinking Compact Plus because, you know, If push comes to shove, a frantic escape can become a fuel plus for this upcoming fight. I'm gonna do it. It might be wrong, but I don't want to be right. All right, so let's do our flex pot. Uproar, you know what to do. Plap. Still one uproar in the deck. All right, let's play Torque, Toughness, and Defend. Take a little bit of damage. I don't think we need to play the Power Pot. I think once Bias Cog is in play, we've done enough damage. I think we'll be okay. That is so much damage. So Genetic Algo is not very good yet. Should I just grab Hotfix? Might just be Hotfix. Or could grab Cool-Headed. No, I'm gonna do Hotfix. And I'm actually kind of thinking I'd like to play this Zap. Yeah, I guess we're full blocking anyway. I have to play this Frantic Escape. This one not getting turned into fuel. Though it could. We'll actually draw 3 cards from that. So we'll play both of these two. Maybe play the White Noise too. But maybe Lightning Rod is better. But maybe we just need to cool-head it into our Biased Cog. Have to play one of these Frantic Escapes at least. You think White Noise is better than Rod? I'm not so sure, because we're going to be able to play the Biased Cog next turn. I think the Lightning Rod is better. In the average case. I think it's more consistent. And I think the fight is probably won, as long as we're consistent. Alright, Biased Cog, and I'm going to play the Uproar. And we're going to take a bunch of damage in this round. Found the Banshee's Cry too early. It's cool-headed. Alright, found a Frantic Escape. Probably should play this one, even though it's one that costs 2, which sort of sucks. But we might get 2 draws without one. That is possible. Unlikely, but possible. Alright, Uproar doesn't hit anything, any other attacks, but might play it anyway, just for the damage. I wonder if the player with Uproars is to have Every attack be uproar? No, you need one. You want one thing that's not uproar. Oh my god. Wow, they were literally all at the back? Oh my god. No. Holy shit. But no, you want one non-uproar, because it's not like uproar. Uproar won't circle back to shuffle or anything like that. And am I dead? This kind of looks like 12 damage. We found all of the frantic escapes on the shuffle. What a fucking joke. What a joke. That's so tilting. The fact that all of the frantic escapes were on the bottom of the deck in the previous shuffle, literally all of them, and then we couldn't play them, and then they appear right on top on the shuffle. Like, that's so tilting. But yeah, I mean, we're dead. Yeah, I mean, technically yes, but this is like, you can't. This isn't. That's not something you plan around. Like, that's not something you plan around. That's just. That's I don't know. That's getting 5%ed a bunch of times in a row. That's ridiculous. Because all we needed was any source of damage, literally any. Or even like, I mean, you know, again, we could have gone with the trash compactor or whatever. I mean, that's stupid. That's stupid. That's a dumb and unsatisfying way to lose. Inadequately prepared my ass. Nah, that's tilting. I think, I don't know what the probability of that like actually was, but that was very low roll. Because we would have loved to play one of those frantic escapes, like on one of the turns where we didn't need to block earlier. Only for them to all be at the very end. Making it so we were only able to play the one. Because we had other things we had to do with our energy. And then on the shuffle for them all to be right there. I mean, it happens. And it wasn't all of them there in the shuffle, I guess. It was 3 out of the 5. Because I'd converted one of them. But the fact that, you know, in the first shuffle, the Devourer, or Insatiable or whatever, puts 3 in your draw pile and 3 in your discard. For all 3 to be at the very last 5, within the last 5, that's insane. And then on the shuffle, I mean, I don't know. That's dumb. That's dumb. Let's go again. No, I shouldn't. Oh, it's too late. It's too late for that. I'm not gonna do that. I didn't notice what time it was. I didn't notice what time it was. I'm done. I'm not starting a new one. I'm not starting a new one. I will not. Look at me, being responsible. A rare moment of clarity. All right. Sending you guys over to another Slay the Spire 2 streamer who is pretty strong. I haven't... A10, oh no, I'm sending you over to Regent? Oh. Well, I'm sending you over to Merle. It's playing Regent. He's just going to be doing infinite combos almost every run. What you going to do? But that's where I'm going to call it for the evening. So to all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta.